everybody. Welcome to Foo Sports Live. 1 second. All right, everybody. Did you know this song actually is a song from a band called Killing Joke? It's called 80s. This is a song that Nirvana ripped off to make their song Come As They Are. All right, so today we're going to be talking about the Terrence Crawford versus Canelo Alvarez New York press conference. All right, and we're going to be talking about some other topics around the world of sports. First of all, I'm drinking my IPA double IPA. All right, it is incredibly hot, people. This is get yourself a cold drink. All right, people. It is incredibly hot over here in New York, scorching hot. Hopefully this is working right now. Because you know what happened earlier? I did probably about 15 minutes of the show or longer, and I wasn't live. Isn't that amazing? The problem is that sometimes when you do these shows, there's a two-step process. This OBS is like sometimes you hit go live and it goes live. This time, guess what? I hit go live and it didn't go live. I had to do a two-step process. But we're here. And we're ready for the Canelo and the Crawford. Look at that, Big Mac. He's Big Mac, the Big Mac attack. This guy come up to me. He very big. He very fat. There you go. We got the Big Mac attack. You see Bo Mac in the back? Look, let's zoom in one more time. Eat him, Crawford. Eat him. Eat him, boy. Eat him. Hercules. Hercules. Crawford's like, I got you right where I want you. I'm fat. You look very fat, man. Get away from me. Back the fuck off, man. You too fat. You saw this earlier. I was watching the press conference. This guy, people, was fucking belly bumping Canelo. And I like how Bo Mac got all offended. He's like, don't touch him, boy. Don't touch him. Foo Sports Live, people. It's pretty damn amazing. All right, so we're going to be getting to some of these topics. Then we're going to talk about the press conference. It's a decent one. And some more Turkey. Well, it wasn't Turkey who let the cat out the bag. I think it was actually Dana White who let some more details out the bag about the future of TKO. Some of the bonuses they got in the first press conference. They told us about the knockout bonuses. Now they've told us about the performance bonuses. There's actually be bonuses that don't revolve around, a knockout. Maybe just a good fight. You get a fight bonus. And he said they're pretty damn big. These are big bonuses, people. Very big. Huge. Amazing bonuses. All right? But before we get to the bonuses, I have to tell you one more time what happened. This is Bob's on location, people, if you're wondering where she is. She's right now in Afghanistan. She's okay, don't worry. All right, where the hell's my music? Damn, it's hot over here, people. It's over 100 degrees here in New York. I'm telling you, it's freaking hot. All right, people, it's a dark day in combat sports. Crawford, he's been supersized. Canelo's risking getting eaten. I almost cried when I was watching this press conference. So, I'm not a big Canelo fan, but I was like, Canelo, watch out, he's gonna eat you. When Bo Mac came at him with his arms wide open, not like the Creed song, but more like sort of like Pac-Man or like Hungry Hippos or like Kirby. Kirby's arms are permanently outstretched. You guys ever notice that? Even though they're stubs, they're still always outstretched. Dude, he was gonna suck everybody in like Kirby. That's what I thought. Right? And then Dana White was like, calm the F down. Yes, people, Dana White was at the press conference. He's now taking the stage. There's another interesting thing about this press conference that I noticed compared to all the other boxing press conferences ever. This was basically a UFC press conference. This was in a lot of ways the UFC format for press conferences. You had a lot of fans asking questions. I actually really liked it. In some ways, it made the fighters a little bit more down to earth. It wasn't like a bunch of fat, Dan Rafael kind of guys who look like Crawford and Bo Mac, saying Canelo, aren't you gonna knock him out in 5 minutes? It wasn't that kind of thing. It was actual fans asking the fighters questions. I enjoyed it. It's a great format, and I'm happy they're bringing it. They brought it to boxing. But we're gonna step outside boxing for a second before we get into more than a second. We're gonna talk about a couple of topics. Then we're gonna kind of analyze this Canelo versus Crawford press conference, right? Before we get into that, we gotta say goodbye to our good friend not so good friend. I'm gonna guess he's not gone, people. I think he's just playing some mind games. We got good old John Jones, people. He's retired from MMA. Don't believe everything you read online. Right? John Jones, they let it slip yesterday that the guy has got some pretty serious charges for a hit and run. Yes, another one. And then the same day people find out about the hit and run, guess what? The guy retires from MMA. All right, so we're going to read a little bit of this article right after I lower 28 days later. You know what John Jones can't do? He can't be sober for 28 days, right? All right. He really can't. Okay, so it says here, it's been a busy 24 hours of news for former UFC heavyweight champion John Jones. Not only did he announce his retirement from MMA and relinquish, that's a weird word, relinquish his belt to Tom Aspinall, he was also criminally charged with misdemeanor leaving the scene of an accident. And then it says no great bodily harm or death. All right, and that's in relation to a bizarre incident from February in his hometown of Albuquerque, New Mexico. According to Albuquerque Journal, a police officer investigating a traffic crash found an intoxicated, half-naked woman in the passenger seat of one of the cars. This woman told the officer that John Jones had been driving but had fled the scene on foot. This is funny. This isn't the first time he's done this, right? He's like one of those weird kids, like they break the neighbor's window and they're like, oh shit, and they run away. Except he's like fucking wasted out of his brain. He's got like a dead hooker in the car, right? I'm kidding. She wasn't dead. She was still alive. Maybe she would have been dead later on, right? We don't know what John's into. I'm surprised he's with a woman in a car. Maybe it's his friend, right? I would actually believe that when it comes to John Jones. All right, so it says she called Jones on her phone and gave it to the officer. The man who answered appeared to be heavily intoxicated and made statements implying his capacity to employ lethal force through third parties. So he actually threatened the cop, right? That's funny because a few months ago, this guy's threatening everybody. There was a few months ago where John Jones actually threatened to kill like a blood collection agent, and it was a woman. She came there to collect blood from him, right? Which I find funny that he said later on that he threatened her because he was caught off guard, right? What people don't know, and no one really made a big deal out of this. People, when he signed this contract with the UFC, he opened himself up to random blood testing. So for him to get upset that this woman is coming to collect blood tells me that either they're not testing him randomly, which would say that maybe they're allowing him to take PEDs because they're not testing him randomly, right? It's either that or he's just trying to cover his ass by just saying he was offended by something happening that is common in the sport. UFC fighters are randomly blood tested, all right? So what it tells me maybe is that this guy was sauced up and he wanted to make up an excuse and say, I'm offended. What are you doing here? I'll have you know I went to the finest universities. Sorry. That's a line from Battlefield Earth, if you don't know. That's a John Travolta line, all right? All right, did I read all this crap? Implying, okay, so he threatened the cop. This isn't the first time he's done this. He threatened the blood testing lady and he threatened the cop in the past. There's actually a video of John Jones online of him being arrested while intoxicated and smashing his head on the hood of a cop car. Okay, so we got some more stuff here about from this article. It says the woman would tell police in a follow-up interview. That's funny. Isn't that funny that they called this fucking idiot's running away on foot? And then the cop calls him up on the phone. He's like, bro, we got your car here and a half-naked drunk lady in it. Where are you? And he's all like, RJ, it was not me. He's laying in his bed in his house. When in reality, he's not even in his house. He's probably in a fucking hotel like a block away. Or he's sitting in an alleyway pretending he's home. He's like, you just woke me up. It's like, oh, we're looking at your GPS, John. You're around the corner in an alleyway. He's like, no, I'm not. I'm sleeping. Yeah, you're sleeping in a piss-covered gutter. All right, anyway, let's finish this article. The woman would tell police in a follow-up interview that she had been at John's home consuming alcohol and magic mushrooms before blacking out and waking up at the scene of the traffic accident. Isn't that funny? You're so fucked up, you didn't even know how the hell you got there. It's like, well, John was driving, I think. That's John living a crazy life, people. This guy's over here. He's like, he's just What the heck? He's like crashing his car. He's got a half-naked lady in the car. I'd say this is probably his friend. This has got to be his friend. John Jones is suspect. So he would, out of all men who tell their wife, they're out to another woman, with him, you would actually believe him. And with another woman, I mean like his friend. Like it actually is his friend. It's not a love interest. All right, so the woman, she claims Jones was the last person she remembers driving the car. I mean, her case isn't gonna be too. People aren't gonna maybe believe her too much, right? She's already kind of thrown the case in the garbage, right? With her being intoxicated on mushrooms, right? Asleep in the car, right? John's lawyers are probably gonna be able to eke around this. All right. It says a police report notes that Jones called the woman 13 times in the hours following the crash and texted her numerous times as well. John was like, "Are you dead? Damn it, are you dead? When I ran away, I didn't know if you were dead or not." Jones' social media on Saturday evening, including a statement on his retirement from the UFC and another thanking fans for all the love and support he'd received following the announcement. 4 hours later, around midnight, he commented on the new criminal charges, and this is a quote from Jones. "Keep in mind, even the media can get it wrong sometimes if they don't have all the facts." He wrote on X, formerly Twitter. Here's another quote from Jones. He says, "Don't believe everything you read online," end quote. He finished the tweet off with a kissy face. Isn't that funny? He put up a kissy face emoji. What the hell's wrong with this guy? Let me show you this. John Jones, kissy face emoji. What the UFC considers one of the greatest fighters in UFC history, and the guy puts up fucking kissy face emojis. That's very manly. Now you know why I think that lady in the car with him was actually his friend, right? He was cruising out there for, This guy actually, there's another part in the article where they talk about him going out, walking around town, giving, those little sippy cups, not sippy cups, those red Solo cups. He's filling them with booze and giving them to everybody around him. Even the homeless, I think, he was giving it to. What's up with John Jones, people? Something weird about him. So there you go. That's John Jones. 1 second. Let me check and see that this music isn't too damn loud. All right, John. I like how the lyric in there is, "I was hit by something." That lady said that after John Jones hit her car with his car. The pregnant lady. Remember that? That's pretty effed up, John, that you hit a pregnant woman intentionally. Was it because the color of her skin? All right, so there you go, John Jones in some really hot water. We're going to look at some of the topics. We're going to look at some of the comments before we go into the next part of this amazing, amazing show. People, I am live. I told you earlier, I effed up really bad, and I went live. I went live, but I didn't go live. I didn't hit the go live button. Whatever. I really hope I'm live right now. Am I live? Am I live this time? I'm going to double check this. I really hope I'm live. All right, so I am live this time. I'm going to double check this. I'm going to reset the stream so I can look at the chat. And we're going to go into all of our topics, people. This is a very late night edition of The Real Food TV. Once again, if anybody's new in here, remember to subscribe to The Real Food TV. You're watching Food Sports Live. All right, we're going to be going on. We're going to be talking. We're going to be analyzing, people, this Bomac, the Crawford edition. Look at him with the red shirt. My God. God's gift to women. All right, we got El Barbarino in the comments. She says, yes, sir. All right. We got all... Wait. Was it Holly Holmes? It was Holly Holmes? Is that who's in the car? Are you kidding? Johnny Bones. John running from a fight. He's running from law enforcement. I mean, this guy tells people he's going to beat up, he's going to kill all the cops with his bare hands. That's not a good thing. All right, yeah, so BDA Boxing in the comments says, yeah, we're about to be hit by a heat wave here in Canada, too. It's ridiculous over here today, people. I am drenched in sweat. I cannot turn the air conditioner on, like I said earlier, because if I did, you would hear this. Ah! Right? You don't want to hear that for too long. It becomes a little bit annoying. All right, El Barbarino says, with only the hottest takes on all things. That's what we do, people. We got hot takes on all things. It's very hot. Killing Joke, good stuff. Oh yeah, Killing Joke. The lead singer always talking politics and eugenics, whatever he's interviewed about music. Exactly. That's perfect, right? You're all like, so what's the new, you guys enjoying being in the studio? We're all gonna die, they're gonna kill us all, you fucking idiot. But yes, the new album is amazing. I've really enjoyed my time. We got Dave Grohl in the studio. He's really injecting some great drum tracks in this new album, just like we're being injected by poison. We're all gonna die. I'm kidding. I'm half kidding, actually. Okay, so let's get back into boxing. Yes. Make my Crawford grow. Right? With hamburgers. With fucking hamburgers. Bomac, you're doing it wrong. You got to do it with PEDs, man. Bomac's like, Victor didn't want to give me any of the stuff in his camp. He said Canelo's people are too good at testing. I had to give the boy something to make him grow. Right? Look at that guy. Look at him. Canelo's like, oh my God, man, you have big titties. You have big boobies. Very sexy. Anyway, with that said, let's get into our other stories in the world of combat sports till we get to the main event, which is the Terrence Crawford versus Canelo Alvarez press conference. The New York press conference, people, my neck of the woods. New York. All right. So we got Kevin Lee over here. If you guys didn't know, I told you the other day on the last stream I did, that Kevin Lee was coming back. He came back after, I don't know how many years. It was a multiple year hiatus, I think. He was in retirement. He came back. He did a PFL card and he got his ass whooped. Yep. He got his ass kicked. He got knocked out in the first round. As Kevin Lee says, I can't absorb shots anymore, okay? I'm not a coward, at least. I can say that. I tried. I shot for the stars. My legs just aren't what they used to be. I can't absorb shots anymore, and honestly, I don't know if it will come back. What will come back? Your memories? Well, from what a thing that happens a lot of times when fighters take a long layoff is that they have to become readjusted to being hit. I mean, it's a kind of a known thing. Usually the guys, they kind of got, it's like their skin's got to get adjusted to being hit more. I don't know what his training camp was like. I don't know what the weight situation is. Kevin Lee has had problems with weight in the past, making weight, He has hard weight cuts. Big, strong, heavy, muscular guy. I don't know which weight it was. I assume it was welterweight. I have to look into it. But yeah, this was the PFL card. Yep. Kevin Lee coming back, people. Getting his ass whipped. Maybe I think he could probably come back, but maybe he should have fought a lower level fighter. Maybe that's it. But they don't do that in MMA really. They pair these guys in tough. Kevin Lee was kind of a star in the UFC, an up and coming star. He was right there, right? Didn't get the chance to fight Khabib, but I think he actually he lost to Tony Ferguson. That was one of his biggest fights, and he had Tony. He almost had Tony out. I think he almost had him. I think he got finished with submission. So yeah, he just couldn't take the shots. I saw the fight this weekend, and it was on the weekend. It was on Friday. He took one shot. He got clipped. He went spaghetti legs, and he got finished soon after that. He didn't really take that much punishment in his career, so I assume maybe he got caught cold. It was very early in the fight. I mean, this is a guy that actually took head kicks from Barboza, people. Barboza is a very high-level striker who hits very hard. The guy's known for his brutal, violent head kick knockouts, and Kevin Lee took shots from him. But who knows? Maybe that had an effect on him. This is a picture of Kevin Lee's jaw. I guess his jaw got broken. Not too good. Let's hope Kevin Lee can make a full recovery. I don't know. Maybe he needs hopefully he doesn't need money, right? Maybe he's doing this for the love of it. Hopefully. All right, so we got Usyk. He's talking about who he thinks is the next great champion, right? Look at him. Look at him. Do we need Usyk music in here? Is that what we effing need? I've been KO'd by this song. Oh my God, everyone's dancing in my house. Even the lizards. Oh my God, Bob's coming to the room. She's dancing. Whoa, my neighbor's coming in the door. He's dancing. What the hell's happening? All right. I get it. Sorry. Anyway, Usyk thinks that the next possible next big heavyweight is this guy, Tama. All right, let's see this little bit of this highlight. This is from his last fight. Guy's 20 years old. They thought he might actually beat Mike's record. Wasn't able to do it. What's up, Sergeant? There you go. We got, well, right here. This is what proves he's the best fighter ever. The dude's already got furniture advertisements in his stories. You know that. You know you made it when they're using your name to sell furniture. All right, so this is an 8-minute video. We're not going to watch the whole video. We're going to skip ahead. All right, this is Moses himself, people. Let my people go. Knock my people out. 1 second. Where the hell is I want to see the end of this fight. There's going to be a knockout on a bum. Boom, he hit him with he eats the right hand and lands his own right hand. Moses, bro, the fro, it's awesome. Is this guy going to end up being like Copernic? He just looks like Copernic. Boom, they both trade shots. His shot's a little better. And he's done. There you go, Moses. He's beating that trucker, people. That trucker's out. He's like, bro, what the fuck? I'm dead. Taking a deep breath. Here we go. Oh, he slipped and taken with the step back right hand. Oh, we gotta do it again. Here he goes. Oh, whoa. There's a sandwich artist, people. He knocked out an absolute sandwich artist. That guy works on his weekends at Subway sandwich shop. Anyway, it's a decent knockout. Yeah, it's a decent knockout. I'll give it to Moses. I don't know if he's gonna become the next big thing. Don't know about that, but Usyk thinks he might. Okay, guy's 20 years old. He's doing okay. He's doing all right. That is a pretty nice step back shot. You don't see a lot of guys doing that in the heavyweights. All right. On a kind of a side note, this isn't exactly fighting related or combat sports. We got Mr. Larry Wheels. He won an IFBB Pro card. That actually used to mean something. Let's watch this.
2 divisions today, open and classic physique. We just wrapped up open division, looking at that as a warm-up. I got to make a couple of adjustments.
Oh shit, is that culture appropriate? This guy is actually painting himself black. He's a man of color now.
Pinching my shoulder blades, my back double, being a little bit too tight.
Look at the vascularity. All right, that's bodybuilding, people. I know some people are gonna look at it and say, gay! Larry Wheels used to be I think he was a power lifter. Pretty strong guy. All right, just on a side note there. All right, so we got Gervonta Davis's coach, his new coach, which I think is actually his old coach. He's addressing the retirement question of retirement. I mean, you know what? With this, what is this? The Roach rematch. People, I don't know what the hell's up with Tank Davis. Is he retiring or what? Well, he's talking about retiring. He's fighting the El Rochi. We're gonna watch a little bit of this interview that he had recently. There we go. His name is Kenny. Oh my God, Kenny! And more. What the fuck's with all these damn furniture commercials? All right, we're gonna skip past this furniture commercial and watch a little bit of this interview from Gervonta Davis's coach. He's gonna tell us some things and some stuff. All right.
Great coach, what's going on?
What's up, man? How y'all doing?
That's it, man. We're in the locker room. Talk to me about the Roach and Lamont fight. You know, how's Tank doing right now?
He's doing great, man. It's just another fight. We get prepared for it, and I'm sure they're doing the same thing.
Absolutely. And you both going to be in the corners. Calvin Ford going to be there. I know he's here right now with us.
Yes,
but
yes.
Okay, definitely. I just wanted.
Oh God, so many people will use this as fuel for Otama. What do you mean? Do you think you think he's a little too hyped up? Is that what you mean, Quentin? A little hyped up there? Ah shit, I clicked the wrong video.
Do you think that Lamont lit the fire inside of Tank in the rematch? A lot of people said that, you know, it was a close fight, you know, the knee, all these things, these situations. What do you think about that?
Did he light the fire under him and then Tank blew a fart and it lighted and a big fireball came out and now he's re-energized? Sorry. Act more natural. Get out of here. This is what I'm actually like, okay? This is what I'm like. I'm acting natural, right? Calm down.
Yeah. It's boxing, you know, it is what it is. You know, it's past tense, we're getting ready for the future, you know?
All right, how many more fights you think Tank has in him? You know, does he have that desire in him to continue to go?
Oh my God, what's up with this guy's teeth?
whatever you decide to do, I always say I support
Dude, what's up with this guy's teeth? Let's see this.
him or any other fighter.
There's something weird going on with his teeth. It looks like his mouth is filled with chiclets.
If he want to wake up tomorrow and say I'm done, he's done.
Definitely.
You know, everybody has their path and their distance. You know.
His teeth look like the New York City skyline, sort of. You know how the city, the buildings are kind of like mixed up like that. Anyway, this interview is retarded. This guy's just like, well, Tank wanted to retire, Tank retired. You could say he wanted to retire tomorrow, then he's retired. It's like, how does that help us? You know it's not a good thing, people, that a fighter keeps thinking about retirement. It's not a very good thing going further into their career. You know, because at any moment they can just kind of call it quits in the middle of the ring. If it gets a little hot in the kitchen, they might actually get the F out of there. All right? Okay, we're going to look at a couple more stories before we get into the main topic of the show, which is the New York City press conference between Canelo Alvarez and Terence Crawford. Terence Bud Crawford. All right?
What's up, everybody?
Before we get into the next topic, we're going to watch a little bit of some guy I just found randomly the other day. Somehow he's getting more views on some of his videos than I get, even though he only has 22 videos. Just saying, no hate, but it's kind of weird. He has an interesting take on Canelo versus Crawford. So we're just going to analyze a little bit of it before we get into the next topic.
Yeah. What's up, everybody? What's good, man? What is good?
Wait, let's see that again. That was very impressive.
Yeah. What's up, everybody? What's good, man? What is good? Bro, Terence Crawford and Canelo Alvarez are fighting on Netflix, bro. Netflix. What the fuck is going on? Netflix? Bro, so as y'all know, Netflix hosted Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson. They're currently about to hold Amanda Serrano versus Katie Taylor, the third fight. And now they're having Terence Crawford versus Canelo
Look how
Alvarez
fat he is.
on Netflix. And what does this mean for Canelo Alvarez on Netflix versus
Bomac, people. Bomac, Buddy Professor 3. He plays, I don't know if you know this, people, but they're doing a third Nutty Professor film, and or a fourth, I think it is. And we're gonna have Crawford. He's playing Bomac's son. Right? There you go. See, he's trying to lose weight to have a fight versus little Canelo. Versus Canelo. Look how fat he is.
Canelo Alvarez on Netflix. And what does this mean for Netflix? I'm about to tell you right now. Listen, guys, Netflix obviously has been doing back-to-back huge boxing events. They've been doing these.
I'm gonna skip ahead because this guy had an interesting take. I mean, hopefully this is the right video. He talks about how Terence Crawford is gonna crush Canelo. He's gonna beat him easy.
You feel me? I'm buying this pay-per-view.
He is super excited.
Just give it a decision win. You'll probably win like 3 out of the 12 rounds, 4 out of the 12 rounds.
All right, here we have Terence Crawford fighting an absolutely washed Sean Porter that looks like he might have actually taken a little bit of a dive, I feel like.
Going to put belt to ass, nigga.
Wait, he's going to put belt to ass. All right, let's hear it one more time.
To ass. He might stop you or he might just...
I mean, look at this. Did Sean Porter even try to hit this guy with that right hand? Look at that shit. What the fuck was the point of that? That's what I'm saying. Is this guy trying to not knock this guy out? Look at this right hand.
Belt
Look at this right overhand.
to ass.
That's terrible.
He might stop you or he might just be nice and just give it a decision win. You'll probably win like 3 out of the 12 rounds, 4 out of the 12 rounds, but Terence is going to put belt to ass, nigga. He's either going to stop you or he can beat you by decision. It's either one. Now, I can see you stopping him, but Terence ain't going to let you stop him, bro. Come on,
my God. Oh, I want to hear him. He finishes that combination off with a rabbit punch.
Either one. Now, I can see you stopping him, but Terence ain't going to let you stop him, bro.
He hits him with a nice rabbit. Look how he punched in the ground. This shit looks so... It looks suspect as hell.
Come on, it's Terence fucking Crawford, you feel me? He's fucking undisputed in
Damn it, I'm so angry I'm losing. How?
The man's one of the greatest to ever do it as well.
I just got to say it. How do you say that Terence Crawford is one of the greatest to do it? Built on what performance? You tell me. Built on what performance? Bro, he beat Earl Spence, bro. Oh, yeah, washed Earl Spence. Oh, my God. This is why it annoys me the most. This is why I'm not a big fan of Canelo, but I give it to the guy. The guy's he's had a very good career. He's fought a lot of guys that he could have lost to, many different styles, many different dimensions, bigger guys, faster guys that are faster on both hands and feet, a lot of different things. So to me, it would be absolutely disgusting if this guy, I would root for Canelo for sure, because look, this guy Crawford's basically had his whole career on a silver platter. Every guy he's fought has been a cherry pick. All right. So what would be disgusting, what would be really terrible for boxing history would be a guy like this who stepped in as a total cherry picker, comes up there in his older age, possibly is allowed to sauce himself up, which I don't know if that's going to be the case. I assume he's not going to be able to sauce up because he is what they call the B side. But from Canelo's own mouth, he said, I know Turkey's on your side, which is a little interesting. But the big problem, and what I think is absolutely disgusting, would be if this guy was actually beat Canelo, would be terrible for boxing. It would, because it's really not right to have a guy like this who's being given everything. Again, he's being given everything on a silver platter. He had no right to come up here and get this shot. Not at all. What has he done that would give him this? Why is he getting this opportunity? He's never been a star, right? And he hasn't really done much. So what they would do is, if the guy was actually by luck or by chance or whatever, if he was able to actually beat Canelo, what they would do is they would basically build it up like this guy's one of the greatest boxers in history, which he's absolutely done nothing in his career. Pretty much nothing except beat washed fighters. And so you imagine they actually award this guy this title, and then they say, well, this is the master of the fucking 168 division. He's a multiple division champion. Like, bro, that shit ain't even real at this point. You know that? This is why I don't even care much about some of these titles, because look, even if this dude Canelo came in and if he was all fucked up and he's absolutely 100% shot, if this guy was to beat him, there's no way in hell I would ever consider him better than Canelo, because he hasn't done shit at any one at 160, 154, and 168. He's done nothing. Absolutely fucking nothing. So this whole pound for pound stuff and all that, this guy didn't fight Triple G. He didn't fight no Cotto. He didn't fight nobody, right? The guy can't even fight guys at 154. He went life and death with a guy who has 10 pro fights. What do you think he's going to do when he actually fights the real murderers at 154? Right? So what he did is they shot him up here, and maybe he thinks he has a shot on this older age Canelo. I don't know. I don't think he does at all. I think he's going to get I think he really is going to get knocked out. He's going to get knocked the fuck out. But if by chance he was able to take steroids, if he got all the special treatment and he comes in there like Uber Crawford and he's able to beat this guy, I think that would be an incredible injustice to the sport, because it would build this guy up like he's the fucking second coming. And he's really done absolutely nothing in the sport. He's done nothing. Okay? And we're watching this guy's building Crawford up, saying he's an all-time great and all this. It's like, what the fuck has he ever done? Bro, he beat Brook, bro. He beat Amir Khan. Yeah, he beat a bunch of washed up old men, and then he weight bullied before that. He was weight bullying his whole fucking career pretty much. He's Skeletor in there, right? Now he's coming up. But the way I see it, what I think's going to happen, if you go by the business, most likely he's not able to juice. But we don't ever know. You never know. But I think even if he was able to juice, I think he'll still lose. He's getting too built up. Like you look at my poster, you see him all big like that? I've seen some recent pictures of him, and he's fat. He's fat. He's a little over 2 months away from the fight, and the guy is fat right now. I don't think he's going to be much bigger than he was in the Madrimov fight. And we're gonna analyze this press conference. It's coming up soon.
That fight is a banger fight. You feel me? I'm buying this pay-per-view. I'm buying that shit, bro. Fuck. Actually, I don't even know if it's pay-per-view. I think if you have a Netflix subscription, you're good. So I'm getting my Netflix subscription.
And keep in mind, this washed up Sean Porter, literally retired before the fight. This washed Sean Porter actually beat this guy every single round of this fight. Every single round. And then at the end, he's all like, that's my good friend. They're hugging each other. Oh, this is my buddy, my great buddy. That's another thing that's very suspect about the fight. Is that, bro, like, why would he beat the guy? You know, he's stepping out the sport. Of course, he want to help his buddy out a little bit, right?
Into this event, I will, because this is a fight that I am so fucking excited to see. And Terrence Crawford is putting belt to ass on Canelo.
Oh my God! Again, look, every fight they show is a fucking washed guy. This is a guy that came down in weight after having his orbital bones broken in 2 separate fights in a row. This guy went from breaking one orbital bone versus Triple G, coming in the next fight versus Earl Spence and getting another orbital bone broken. Then he fights two bums, right? And at a higher weight, and then comes back down to fight this guy. Drained to fucking death. So drained that, and I said this so many times, he's so fucking drained that this guy hit him with half a punch and knocked him silly. With half a fucking punch.
You feel me?
And this is a guy that eats Triple G shots and never goes down. Triple G couldn't even knock this guy down. And he actually couldn't even knock him out. This dude is so tough that Triple G literally broke his skull. And he didn't quit. He didn't go down. But Terrence Crawford, super Terrence Crawford's going to come in with the half jab with his little chicken legs. And he's going to knock. It's like, come on, bro.
Canelo.
Look at those chicken legs.
Crawford.
Chicken legs, Crawford.
Anything people tell me to. I'll make a tweet. I'll make any comment.
I mean, look. You see this right here? This is what I've been calling for a while. I've been showing this to people. Canelo, one of Canelo's biggest shots is a left hook. This guy is a fucking sucker for a left hand. Brooke is setting him up for it all day. Look, he's trying to shoot this shot over his right hand. This is exactly what Canelo's going to do. The only difference is that Canelo's not going to do all this stupid fencing shit.
I'll make a tweet. I'll make
you see this?
Any comment.
Boom. You see how he hits him with that left hand like that? That's what Canelo's going to do to his bum. He's not boom, and then comes straight right hand, right? Boom, boom. Or just come over it, or I'll feint him. He'll feint him to the body, and he'll come up top. He'll feint him up top, come to the body. And he's going to do it with a lot with his left hand. Because this guy's constantly pawing out his left hand. That shit ain't going to matter. Little Bomac, I predict Little Bomac's going to be very slow. Very, very slow.
Video, I'll do anything that you guys want me to do if Canelo beats Terrence Crawford, and I will record it. You feel me? It is what it is. You feel me?
And where's the magic here, bro? We're looking at this highlight here. Where is the fucking magic?
That's what I think about Netflix.
You find this washed up, Brooke. Where is the magic?
This whole fight, obviously.
That dude is washed. He is fucking washed, and he's struggling with this. People, he lost every single round of that fight with that washed up Brooke, with that drained to death Brooke. But he gonna beat Canelo, bro. He gonna knock him the fuck out. Would you just watch when he knocks him out?
If you guys, that's my prediction. If you guys like this video, make sure you like, comment, subscribe. New videos out every single.
All right, bro. This guy's shooting a video from the scene of Jacob's Ladder 2. All right, we're gonna be getting into our next story. 1 second. It's getting really dark in here, people. Canelo and Crawford going. That's a big boat. That's a Mac attack, man. The Mac attack is coming at your stomach first. Eat him! Eat him! All right, give me a second. All right, so that's that guy saying he loves it. He can't wait. As they say, a sucker is born every day. And that guy is extremely excited about this fight. All right. All right. This is related, obviously, to the fight because it's about the fight. It's a prediction from Bomac. He predicts Terrence Crawford's dominance over Canelo Alvarez. Bro, have you seen him? The guy beat Brooke. He washed Brooke and washed Spence. Do you guys not understand that Earl Spence was never a great fighter? Not only was he never great, but he was multiple times brain damaged. Dude had extreme brain damage. I pointed out in one of our other streams. The guy was literally hospitalized for 3 weeks. 3 weeks! Right? 3 weeks after he fell out of a car onto his head. The guy was, I'm pretty sure, was in a coma. I in the interview where I put in one, it was like 2 videos ago, I showed people from Earl Spence's own mouth, he said that he doesn't remember 3 fucking weeks of his life. He was in the hospital for 3 weeks. All right? 3 weeks. And then he came out and he says the only thing he remembers is being back in his house 3 weeks later after the accident. You're going to tell me that's prime? Bro, that's Prime Spence, bro. He beat Prime Spence. Look, even if he beat Prime Spence, if I'll give you that lie, that still ain't a great fighter. He was never on the, as much as, you know, I'm not a huge fan of Canelo, but I respect his skills. Sometimes, I mean, nowadays he doesn't look as good as he used to. Obviously, he's out of his prime. He fights in a very, like, I call it like the bulldozer way, you know? He kind of just coming in like a bully, kind of making a lot of mistakes, but there is a lot of nuance there to what he does, and I think he definitely could bring back, because he doesn't need those layers for a lot of these guys he fights. But for a guy like Terrence Crawford, if they're going to come and say that he's this super virtuoso boxer and all that, I put money Canelo's going to add, as they say, a couple more wrinkles to his game. What he's going to do is he's going to take some stuff out the toolbox that he used to do when he fought actual good fighters, right? When he fought great fighters like a Triple G. Even though I don't think he won those 2 fights, he still fought very impressively, especially in that second fight. Very impressive with the traps he set, the speed of the shots, the setups. It's on a level that Terrence Crawford's never been next to. Even in the Cotto fight, right? Also, he fought a guy. All these guys are harping on this Floyd Mayweather shit. People, on record, it's a fucking fact that Floyd Mayweather put a rehydration clause on Canelo Alvarez, right? The guy not only came in at 152, but he can only come in 13 pounds heavier than 152. Okay? And the fight before that, before the Floyd fight, he was 174 pounds. All right? When in the ring. So the very next fight, and this fight was actually happened very fast. You guys don't remember. That Floyd Canelo fight was like, bam, bam. It just happened. Boom. They announced it and boom. It was already happening. It already was like a couple of weeks later. We're already in the ring. So this guy, for sure, coming in there, you see him at the weigh-in. He's fucking sitting in a chair. He can't even stand. And I'm bringing this up because all these people keep going on and on and on about this fucking Floyd fight. It doesn't make any sense. Because look, that guy there, first of all, Floyd was the A side, as they say, right? Juice to the fucking gills. It's a fact. The guy's with the illegal IVs. He taking an illegal IV, bro. Why do you think he's doing that? There's a reason why those are outlawed. You're not supposed to take an IV in secret. You're supposed to take it in a fucking hospital. Put that in your head, you idiots. Put that little nugget in your head. You take an IV in a hospital, not in secret in your home. You don't tell the blood testing agency that I just need to take an illegal IV. I'm dehydrated. Well, if that's the case, why don't you drink fluids at the weigh-in? Nope, he didn't drink a single drop of any kind of fluid. He just went straight. He went home after the weigh-in, looked totally fine, and he got his illegal IV injected, which most likely was to hide whatever the fuck's in the system. So what I'm saying is that he fought this PED'd out Floyd Mayweather while he's dehydrated, right? And already the guy already has issues with footwork. Canelo's not very fast on his feet. So he's fighting this guy while his fucking brain is dried out. That's really what happened. Now you put this guy, now we're going to go and compare this to this fight. You have for sure an age Canelo. He's not prime anymore. But he's fighting a guy that's always been a fucking hype job. A guy that's literally fought nobody that was a danger to him. Not a single fucking fight that this guy had that fought anybody that was truly a danger to him. They were all dehydrated, smaller, weaker, older, every time, all throughout his whole fucking career. And now people are going to come over here and say, oh, he's like Floyd Mayweather. How the fuck is that the case? Floyd was 36 years old, which is not extremely old. He's only a year older than what Canelo is in this fight, right? Also, he's juiced. He was also juiced, right? He was healthy. He was very, very healthy. Canelo in this fight, unlike he was in the Floyd fight, he's extremely healthy, right? He's coming in 100% hydration. He's gone through the gauntlet of fast fighters with fast hands and fast feet. Lara, Trout, right? Those 2 fights by themselves trained this guy, and the Floyd fight, if you want to add that to it, trained him to catch guys. As much as people say his feet are slow, which they are, he knows how to cut the fucking ring off. But if you run around like a little pussy, like I predict Terrence Crawford will, he don't care to cut you off. You're making the night easy for him, right? Because all he has to do is get you out of position, step in, leave you a route to escape. You circle out the side door, he comes back, right? And he just keeps stalking you. You run away like a damn coward, and at the end of the fight, he doesn't have to exert himself. He could do that for 5-6 rounds versus Crawford if it goes that long. Let him run and run and run and run and run and run. Keep giving him an exit. Let him get an exit. But he's going to be losing. Canelo's going to be racking up those fucking rounds while he's doing that. And then towards the later rounds, when if Crawford actually wants to try to win with his new Bomac body, that's when Canelo's going to start putting the shit on him, right? Boom, overhands, left hook, setups with feints and all that shit. But I don't think he's going to make it that far. I don't think he's going to make that far. And I am satisfied with this because I think I really see this as a cherry picker picking a cherry, a perfect cherry. Crawford, maybe he thinks this guy might be maybe I could get him. Maybe he's old enough, right? But it's like, bro, the problem is that you've never been that great and you're also old. But it is interesting to fight. One of the things that's really interesting in the fact is that there's more mileage on Canelo because obviously he's been more active. He's fought harder fights. And when you fight, and he's active. He's fucking active. Terrence Crawford ain't active, people. This motherfucker's taking like one fight a year. At the most. One fight. And it's usually versus a guy that poses no threat. Okay? So there's something interesting to that. But, all right, we're going to go further into this. So we got Bomac. He thinks that Canelo Alvarez is... Crawford's going to beat his ass, bro. He going to beat him with his slick style. With his slick style. He's so slick. Since when, bro? Since fucking when? Did you see the way he beat washed up Earl Spence? Yeah, I did. I saw the other ways he beat up all the other washed up fighters as well. I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed by your performance. Especially with the fact the motherfucker can't even knock out Amir Khan. Okay? You can't knock out Amir Khan, you fucking bum. Everybody knocks out Amir Khan. I hate you. Oh, God. All right, so we're going to get to just a little bit more combat sports before we watch some of this press conference. All right. So Roundtree dominates Hill to secure UFC, whatever. It's Africa or something, whatever. There he is. There he is. You see him. Look, he's so veiny, right? The guy is strong, man. Look at him. So just like I said, people, I told you Roundtree was going to beat the heck out of this guy, and he really did. He broke him to pieces, breaking the guy's legs up. Is this in Africa? Am I wrong, Bob? Am I wrong? I think it was in Africa. Someplace in Africa land. So we're going to watch a little bit of this highlight here. Hill showing that he's really not that skilled, people. The guy is really stuck in the mud. Roundtree definitely showing he is incredibly skilled. The guy just keeps getting better. Very good striker. Anybody wants to watch some high-level striking in MMA, you watch Roundtree. The guy, every fight, he impresses me every single time. Let's see a little bit of this. Boom! And he's down. He's effing down. There's showbiz with the eyeballs. Yeah, I know. It is pretty good. It's pretty good. If you want to watch a good fight, Roundtree is a guy to look out for. Yeah, with the leg kick, this guy was breaking this guy's legs apart with these hellacious leg kicks, people.
Leg kick. That's what focusing on the low kicks does. You start obsessing over them, you forget about the danger upstairs.
Oh, it's not Africa. Okay. Thanks a lot, man. Thanks a lot, Sergeant. No, it wasn't in Detroit. No. That fight wasn't. This fight wasn't. The Roundtree fight wasn't. All right, so we're going to look at some more info. We went through that. Roundtree defeats Hill. He even defeated him of having the better tattoos. People.
Only on the zone.
All right. 1 second. We got some more info here. Canelo versus Crawford.
Is the literal.
All right, so we're going to do right now, we're going to analyze some of the press conference. I don't know if you guys watched it. I'm pretty sure you probably did. All right. We're going to watch a little bit of that right now. Get into the hotness. Canelo Alvarez versus Terrence Crawford for all the marbles. Terrence Crawford pretending that he's a great fighter when he's really not. There he goes with the fake body. I don't believe for a second that's his body. I saw some recent pictures of Terrence Crawford. Not pictures, sorry. I saw a recent video of him. He is not in great shape. Okay. I think, I've said this many, many times. I think what they're doing is that this guy is trying to be as inflated as he can possibly be through this tour, right? Because he has to look the part. They're obviously, you know, people, what they're doing here is they're selling the fight. So they have to come up with the weird doctored picture, make him look equal size to Canelo, muscle-wise, head-wise, right? Almost head-wise. It's kind of hard to, you kind of have the same head size as that guy. The guy's got a Schwarzenegger head. They have to do that in order to build up the fight. But I predict when they get in the ring or close to the fight, when Terrence Crawford actually leans out, that he's going to be substantially smaller, right? You know? But you never know. You never know. The guy is a snack fighter. And like Canelo said, Canelo believes that Turkey is giving this guy special treatment. All right? Okay, 1 second. Damn, it's hot. I am really damn hot. We got Thunderdome Boxing in there. What's up, man? Marxist Max Kellerman is back, baby, with a bunch of K's. Max Ass Kisser Kellerman. Yeah, they brought him out. I guess they think he means something. He's hot shit, right? Quentin in the comments says Crawford was wearing a baggy shirt in the press conference. Yeah, I noticed that. Not only baggy shirt, but baggy pants. I think that's to cover up the fact that he's smaller and possibly fatter got a lot of fat on his body. He's dressed like Bomac. Yep, John Jones is retired. Supposedly, I don't think he's retired there, Thunderdome. I think he, the guy is a head case. He really is. He's retired 1 minute, and the next he's not retired. All right. Skull Kids 25 thinks it's a scripted fight. I don't think it would be scripted unless Canelo's taking a dive. That would be the script to me. That would be the way they would go probably, but I don't think so. I don't think Canelo. I think Canelo got a little bit more self-respect than that. You know, the guy's been doing it for a while now. I don't think he would throw that all away and lose to a guy like this. Maybe he might. You never know. You never know. For the right amount of money, right? But I mean, he said it at the press conference. He thinks that Turkey's gonna try to help this guy out. But I feel like Canelo's been in this situation before when he was fighting for the PVC. They always kind of set him up, trying to see if he loses to these guys. I think some of them, maybe. All right, let's get into this.
What a pleasure it is to be here at Javits Center, New York City, New York, USA, as we welcome you to the Fanatics Fest 2005 and this very special press conference for what will prove to be.
All right, so it happened in my neck of the woods, New York City. We're going to skip ahead to when shit heats up. All right. We got Canelo.
Canelo Alvarez.
I like to gauge the reactions around the boxing community on the internet. So I was in a comment section for this guy. I think his channel's called Blue Bloods. And I was reading some of the comments in there. And these press conferences are really building up this fight. Because people actually do believe that this guy's going to like wipe the floor with Canelo. They were also calling Max Kellerman racist. Because he wasn't shit-talking Canelo. Right? Because he was actually building up Canelo and saying he's a great fighter and all this stuff. They're like, he didn't kiss Crawford's ass enough.
What's up, bud? Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to bring two gentlemen up to the stage at this time.
Thunderdome Boxing in the comments says Jones loves drunk driving. He really does, man. But this time, I think it went a little further. They said that the lady in the car was half naked. And not only was she high up on booze, but she also had taken mushrooms. So Jones was probably running around town like fucking walls and stuff, thinking it was like women. Or thinking it was like people, you know. He's in the alleyway like humping the wall because he's all fucked up on shrooms. I don't know, people, if you watch some of these videos of Jones, this guy's been chilling out. Like he's going on doing all kinds of shit. I see all these videos all over the place of him traveling the world high. Riding on the back of little motorcycles of Russian dudes, pulling their hair, you know, hitting cars in the Philippines, hanging out with the lady boys. Let them buy, right?
First of all, the managing director of Sella, please welcome Dr. Rakan.
But
before that, he was hanging out with the lady boys, right? He was hanging out with the lady boys before that, right? I'm not even kidding, people. He's hanging out in the Philippines. John Jones is a weird guy, people.
But before that,
he was munching down on the shrooms, right? While hanging out at the comedy club.
But before that,
he was giving solo cups to homeless people filled with vodka and speed.
But before that,
he was snorting coke mixed with meth off a hooker's ass, and that hooker was a man.
But before that,
he's beating his wife up.
But before that,
he was hiding under the ring.
And with the doctor, a pleasure to introduce the chairman of the General Entertainment Authority and the...
Oh my God, they cannot allow that man to wear that muumuu. It's not okay, Turkey. It's not all right, bro. Just lose the weight. The muumuu does not help. I got to say the same thing to Crawford. The muumuu does not help. That dude's coming to this fucking stage looking like one of the Cash Money millionaires. Crawford. And I feel like he had like padding in his damn shoulders. Look at this guy in the crowd over there. See this dude over here? Is that little Bomac? Is that Bomac's cousin?
Federation, His Excellency Turki Al-Sheikh.
All right, baby. Come on, turkey out of chicken's coming. All right, 1 second. Got to move the bob phone for a second. It's looking for it. Where the hell's my bob phone? Sorry, people, this keeps popping up. Anyway, we'll fix that later. I am here and I am quit. There he is, people. Turkey on the chicken himself.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I was going to do a live play-by-play of this today, but just couldn't do it. There he is. Turkey has arrived. Why does he got to wear sunglasses indoors?
and a half. Now, we all realize one of the great things in the world of boxing is to have an undisputed world champion. And His Excellency has spearheaded 6
Thunderdome says, who's this baby Tyson guy? Who you mean?
world championship fights for the undisputed title, including this one coming up over the past year and a half. It's a fight fan's dream. Thank you very much, Excellency.
I didn't even know they were doing this in New York. I probably would have tried to go over there. But it is so hot today. All right, so we got Crawford there sitting next to Bomac. We got little Bomac with big Bomac. All right, let's get into this. We're going to be analyzing this press conference live on the Real Food TV. You're watching Food Sports Live. It's live. On this channel, it's live. People, did you understand it's live? Do you not understand it's live? This is a once-in-a-lifetime fight. The cherry picker versus the master cherry picker. And by that, I mean Crawford. Crawford is the ultimate cherry picker, the greatest cherry picker of all time, possibly. He's up there.
Hello, everyone.
What, that guy just blow a kiss at Turkey? What the hell was that?
Beginning, I want to thank the Crown Prince, Prince Mohammed.
This dude needs to calm down, because I remember I saw him a couple of months ago. He was actually kind of like losing weight. He was kind of skinny. Now his head looks kind of like a potato. No offense, Turkey. No offense, but I mean, your head's getting very round.
Man,
He looks like you got like a potato with shading on it.
to the support of the Saudi
The dude, he looks sort of like, you ever seen like those MMA cartoons they make? There's this guy on YouTube. He makes like these 3D, like really rough looking 3D animations, like cartoons of fighters and stuff. That's what he looks like, but the live action version.
and Gia and Riyadh season. I want to thank my partner, Dr. Akam from Silla.
My
I want to thank
partner.
the two legends, Crawford and Canelo. Finally, it's happened. And we are happy because you are happy.
Yeah, people, you see this guy's shoulders? I was looking at this today. I'm like, what the fuck did they do? Put starch in that shirt? Like, look at Crawford's shirt. Like, I don't know if he's got pads in there or what, but his shirt is extremely stiff. It really does look like he got pads in it.
Do something like this. is-
Thunderdome Boxing says he's chubby, he's tiny and chubby. Who are you talking about, Turkey or Crawford?
We have him here. Please welcome.
That thing on his head, not to be insulting there, Turkey, but that reminds me of like the thing you put like a plate on when it's hot, like a hot plate. It just looks like it. It looks like he took like the tablecloth off and he put it on top of his head, and then he put that little ring thing that you put like the skillet on top of when you're bringing it to the table, you know, for like Thanksgiving. No, it's weird. I bet you that thing on his head probably costs like $1 million or something, but still, it just looks like that. I'm sorry.
Mr. Nick Khan from TKO WWE.
Nick Khan from WWE.
I have now my brother behind the stage. He will come and continue this conference. I want to thank Bella from Netflix. I give her tough
Quentin
time.
in the comments says Crawford has, he says the, the patoink. He has the patoink jab. Canelo better watch out. Yeah, he's going to hit him with the doink. Canelo's like, oh, man. Oh, you hit me, huh? Oh, I'm dizzy. I'm dizzy, Crawford. Oh, my God, you're so good. Wouldn't that be like the greatest thing ever? Like Crawford hits Canelo at like the weakest jab ever, and Canelo falls over, knocked out. He just pretends, and all these idiots are like, that was real. I'm like, bro, that was fake. Look at it. This guy's getting hit with fucking, you could hit this guy with a battling ram and he wouldn't get knocked down. Now Crawford hits him with the badoink and he's knocked out. They'd be like, you're an idiot, you're a hater.
She must understand I am with her and I support her. Sorry to delay this conference from the 16th of May until now for technical issue, but she must understand I do this deal for her and for Nick Khan. We have at the table.
All right, people. I actually didn't see the whole press conference. So we're going to watch some of it. We're going to go over it. I'm going to shoot ahead a little bit in a minute.
I don't hear you, but I will continue. Two big platform with big contracts, but we prefer Netflix because Netflix is the biggest platform in the world.
He turkey, everybody. He turkey. Bomac made that sign, just so you know.
I am sure this is the beginning of big relationship, and I promise you to deliver more and more big fights in the future.
Where we will deliver more fights where we break faces and blood and crush skulls. You will see the broken skulls, right, Crawford? Your face will be broken. Remember this guy came out the other day and he said that shit? He's getting creepy, people. That is not something a good religious man says. They will give me broken skulls and blood.
We have at the table
Badoink is crazy.
Expensive
KO by Badoink.
Boxing contract ever happened before. I will not allow the numbers, but I will leave it to the legend and the fighters.
Yes.
And now I will give the flag of the conference to my brother and dear friend, Dana White.
Oh, it's Dana White. Wait, I got to play the music for all the people that said Dana White's trash. You know shit about boxing, even though he's already brought in not only fight bonuses, but knockout bonuses. People, boxing's going to get better. I've been saying this for months. The man's going to bring it home, and it really is the end of the diva. Look at this guy. He's juiced up, isn't he? He's fucking on juice. He's stepping in. He's bald. Here he comes. Dana White. There he is. He enters the arena with his monkey-like arms. That guy got a reach on him, huh? Fucking dude got a reach. He looked a little bit like a monkey. That would be considered racist if he was a different color. All right, let's hear what he's saying.
What's up, New York? Thanks for coming out today. We appreciate it.
What's up, New York? This is UFC 388. I mean, Canelo Crawford.
All right, let's get this started. Who's got the first question?
I'm going to make t-shirts, guys, with that badoink. With the badoink. Hit you with the badoink. So, yeah, people, I actually like this format. I think it's great. I've never seen them do this in boxing. I've seen them do it in MMA, but never boxing. Is there a gun in that bag that Bomac's holding? Because I remember he got pulled over in the UK, I think, and he had a gun on the flight. Why does he carry around a gun everywhere? Is it because he's too fat? Or he just can't fight? I don't know if you guys know this, but Bomac has a career that was, I think it was over, I think it might have been over 20 fights. The guy actually had 7 wins, 14 losses with, I think it was like, what was it? He got knocked out like almost, people, he had more knockout losses than he had wins. This guy Bomac, I think, was knocked out 9 times in his boxing career. So he had 14 losses with 9 knockout losses, 7 wins with 2 knockouts. This guy's got to have one of the worst boxing careers ever. And you see, he's at that bag. That's probably got a gun in it, I'm pretty sure. A lot of people carry bags with guns like that. Are you going to have a fucking gun at the press conference? But you know what? I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. That's most likely a gun, not a gun. It's probably a sandwich. This dude got to keep that sandwich close to his chest, right?
Who's got the first question? Go ahead.
Canelo, Jerry Martinez with Fight Hub TV. This would be a question for Canelo and Crawford. Canelo, always a big question. Why Crawford? Obviously, there's always more. There's other fights that people want for you. So why Crawford? You know, you mentioned before that Crawford wasn't your radar. The question for you, Crawford, would be: obviously, there's a bonus now for a knockout. Are you going to be looking for that bonus? If so, in what style?
I'm going to beat him by head kick knockout. Head kick knockout. That's how I'm going to do it, bro. I'm going to Bomac his ass. Thunderdome Boxing says that Bomac has snacks in the bag. What kind of snacks you mean? Do you mean the snacks that come from Snack? Or he's got to keep Crawford with a steady flow of snacks, if you know what I mean. Victor Conte, he brought them. He's like, you got to keep him. He's got to microdose his snacks, if you know what I mean.
You know, he's one of the great fighters in the last years. Obviously, he's a great fighter. That's why champion. And my brother Turki Alashi asking so much for this fight, so we are here. And I think it's a good fight for the fans.
I'm gonna just keep it real. I'm hunting them. That's it.
Like I was saying this earlier, look at this fucking guy's shirt. What's up with that damn shirt? Crawford, what do you do? Got shading on that shit? That looks like it's like a shirt straight out of like Def Jam, Fight for New York for the PS2. There's something very weird about that shirt. It's like they put starch all over it. It's got shading, like they airbrushed it. It looks like he got fucking pads in his shoulders. I mean, I don't know what's up with it.
I'm hunting everything that he got, and I'm gonna take it come September 13th.
To tell you the truth, I'm hunting. Dude got a straight up Clarissa Shields hairline going on. What is that? Is that part of the PD using? Made his hairline go that far?
For Canelo Alvarez.
That's Crawford's like, I'm gonna be honest here. I'm hunting. I've been hunting my whole career. I hunt, but I hunt only for wounded animals. That's what I do. I like to hunt wounded animals, especially old ones. Old wounded animals.
Canelo, your coach, Eddie Reynoso, he's one of the best ever to do it. What's the biggest thing you've learned from Coach Eddie?
Can you ask again, please?
Coach Eddie Reynoso is one of the best coaches to ever do it. What have you learned from him in preparation for this fight?
Can somebody tell me what the fuck is wrong with Eddie Reynoso? At every press conference, he always looks like ICE is about to pick him up. Canelo, look, I see them in the back, man. Let's get the fuck out of here, man. Come on, let's go. Come on, Canelo. Look at your white man. Look at you. You look like Schwarzenegger. They don't give a fuck about you, man. Look at me, bro. Look at me. Wait. Look. Canelo, look at me. ICE wants to get me. It's okay, man. It's okay. Get out of here. Hello. 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Sorry. Too much?
Everything. Eddie is one of the best. He's the best trainer in the world. And he have everything. He always try to learn something new. And, you know, we're going to prepare ourselves.
That dude looks like a straight up frog. Eddie Reynoso, when you look at him, he swallows the shit under his chin. Looks like a frog. He's a gulp. Like he just swallowed a frog. Like he swallowed a fly. I'm telling you, man, the guy looks so nervous at all these press conferences. I'm like, what is it, dude? You got to piss, go piss, and come back.
Just especially for Crawford. We know he's a great fighter, but we're ready. We're ready to do it.
And question for Terrence Crawford. You and Canelo are some of the best boxers in the world and in this generation. If you win against Canelo, where would you rank yourself among the list
Can
of
somebody tell me
greatest
what the fuck that is in Crawford's neck? Is that a beeper? This guy bringing a beeper with him? What is that?
of all time?
When I win, I'm gonna be at the top.
You know what I noticed in this press conference is that Crawford's more in a performance mode, because if you saw him yesterday at the other press conference, he for sure was shook as hell. In this one, he seems to be playing games more. I think he's trying to save face. I think that's really what's happening. One thing I do agree with what he did here is he's playing a little bit of head games. And I think that's kind of where there is a little bit of a window of opportunity when it comes to Canelo, because Canelo is a very serious guy. You can, and when guys are like that, you can get in their head and you can frustrate them because they're so damn serious. That's the one thing I'll give Crawford here. But I think he just doesn't understand the gravity of the situation that he's well, I mean, it's good that he is relaxed. It won't hurt as much, I guess, when he gets knocked out. It's sort of like, when they talk about car accidents, if you're loose, then you don't get hurt as bad. So when he takes that left hook and he's knocked out, maybe it won't boggle his brain as badly.
When I win.
Who else? You going again? Yeah.
This was for you, Dana. Everybody's shocked, obviously, that this opportunity came really quick.
Oh, my God. Who's this guy over here? Look at this guy. Is that White Bomac? This guy over here got a bag of Chinese food. What the fuck, bro? You couldn't wait to after the press event? Bro, you can get your Chinese food after. It's going to be cold. He was just walking by. He's like, oh, I got to deliver this shit. He's an Uber Eats driver. He just stops by. I'm going to come in here and see what's up with this. What is this, Crawford? Lil Bomac?
See what the your
Canelo, Lil Bomac.
Promotions coming in with Turkey. How does it feel having these two great fighters, obviously going to be Hall of Famers, to promote this event for in September?
Yeah, obviously it's incredible. I wouldn't be where I am today without the sport of boxing. I've always loved the sport of boxing.
Oh my God! Please stop fucking saying that, Floyd. Somebody told Floyd to say that. And now everybody says sport of boxing, sport of boxing, the sport of boxing. Dude, it's just called fucking boxing, right? I understand that they had to separate it, right? And kind of they say that because because of MMA, I guess because of the popularity of boxing. They started saying the sport of boxing to say like, bro, yeah, they box in MMA, but this is the sport of boxing, right? But I hate hearing it because you just say it too fucking much, all right? Skull Kids 25 says, from Fight Hub. Okay, otherwise, Nello is breaking him down. Get Nello, get wild and reckless. All right, well, we're going to read some more of these comments later on. All right, you guys having a conversation. Sorry, I'm just reading these completely out of context a little bit. I didn't see what was said earlier. All right, give me 1 second. We're going to watch a little bit more of this press conference. Anybody that's new who came to this channel while we're doing this live stream, we are right now doing a live analysis of the New York press conference, Canelo Alvarez versus Terrence Crawford. Once again, for people who don't know what's happening on September 13th. Let's see this. Dana White is talking. He got some weird chiclet teeth, doesn't he? Look at his teeth. Let's see this. What's up with this guy's teeth? They're really weird. He probably could get that fixed, right? Why is his teeth so big? It looks like he has got one big-ass chiclet tooth. That is so weird.
For this to be the first fight that I ever promote in boxing, it's incredible. It's an unbelievable experience.
Question over here for Crawford. A few days ago in Riyadh, you had said that you weren't getting those big career legacy-defining fights. How confident are you that a victory over Canelo would put you up there with those all-time greats and give you maybe that satisfaction that you think you deserve at this stage of your career?
I'm very confident. Everything's happening on God's time. There's a reason why I wasn't getting those big fights, because God was.
It's pretty interesting that the guy says that God's giving him this opportunity. It's like, bro, aren't you the guy that cheats on your wife? Why the fuck would God give you an opportunity? Aren't you the guy who also fights with exploding gloves? Like, you think we don't know, bro, that you're doing some weird shit with your gloves? I'd love to see a reporter with some balls actually ask you what the fuck was up with your gloves, because it happened more than once. And I know I've said it ad nauseum, but why aren't any of these people asking this guy about these fucking gloves? I wish I would have gone to this event. I would have asked them if they would have let me, right? Get on the mic. I'm from Foo Sports Live over here, everybody. Hey, Crawford, what's up with your gloves, man? He like, get him out of here. Get him out. I hate to lose. That's what I would say when they drag me out the door, right?
Preparing me for this moment right here. And this is my time.
I think I'd be winning if I said that at one of these press events and they dragged me out. I think I'd be winning. I really would. I think I might have give that a try, actually, if this guy actually does have another fight. I wish I would have known this was happening today. I might have gone down there if that would have, hopefully, I probably wouldn't have got in, but, if I could have, that would have been great.
And question for Canelo.
I would have to lie. I'd have to say, I'm going to ask Crawford about why he's one of the greatest fighters. How is it that he is such a great fighter? Such a most amazing fighter of our time. How is it he able to be so consistent? That's what I would say. And then when I get the mic, I'll be like, what's up with your gloves, Crawford? Why did it keep blowing up?
Obviously, you fought some of the all-time greats. Where would this victory stack up against some of the other ones that you've earned? And where would Terrence Crawford fall within your resume? How do you feel?
Oh, I feel great. You know, it's going to be one of my best victories in my career, obviously. He's a great fighter. He's a legend. But, you know, it's going to be good for my books.
Go ahead, sir.
Dana, you followed boxing so closely for decades. What is it about what Turkey was doing that brought you to the table to invest so deeply your time into boxing?
What's the question?
What about what Turkey is doing? What about it that brought you so closely back into boxing?
Yeah, none of this happens without Turkey. Turkey's been able to make fights that nobody could ever make, including this one. I mean, this is a once-in-a-lifetime fight. This is the fight that people would have been talking about 10 years from now, wishing that it happened. It wouldn't have happened without him. And obviously...
Thunderdome Boxing says that a loan shark broke his jaw. Are you kidding? They broke his jaw for real? Dana White?
The Crown Prince. It's amazing what these guys are doing.
Look at this, people. Turkey, you need to stop. You need to fucking stop, bro. You got like hundreds of billions of dollars in the bank. You got to wear an actual suit, all right? I'm sorry, but the Moomoo's not doing it, man. Maybe if you lost a little weight, maybe. But he just looks like somebody's auntie, like sitting in a chair with a full beard. Like, come on, bro.
And for Canelo, with the kind of synergy with WWE and Nick Khan, building a relationship with him, is there a chance we see some cross-promotional appearances in WWE?
We're talking about it. Maybe. Maybe you will see me in the WWE.
Oh, my God. That'd be hilarious. We do need to see him. I think this guy, Canelo, could be even bigger, people. He really could. You fucking motherfucker. Come on. I got your ass. I got your ass. Come here. I fuck you up. I fuck you. Bad day. I know these. This is what he's going to say as it comes out. He's going to be like the money man. Canelo, the money man. Alvarez. Come on, I know these. Bad day. And they hit like the guy with the chair in the head, you know? And, you know, he'd be like the new Ted DiBiase. They can give him sort of like a cartel gimmick, right? That'd be awesome.
On point.
Go ahead.
Ryan Shepard for Death Pen Media. My question is for Terrence Crawford. But when you were here in New York leading into the Errol Spence fight, you said...
Why you guys got no fucking energy? This guy asking the question sounds just like Terrence Crawford. He sounds like he's at a firing squad. He's like, from Dead Time Media. I'd be over there, I'd be like, this is the Real Food TV. I gotta ask Terrence question.
I can assure you, you're going to walk away and say, Terrence Crawford is special. You're going to mark me down as one of the greatest of all time.
Mars in the comments says, Canelo, WWE name, Latin lover. I hate calling it WWE. I got to call it WWF, man. That's really what it is. It's the World Wrestling Federation, bro. That's what it is. It's always going to be that to me.
When you visualize this fight and when people walk away, what do you want them to say?
Well, I want all the people in the stands that booed me, they gonna cry when they go home.
Oh shit! Oh, he just said that, bro. There, he's fake laugh. They should bring this guy to WWE. But with that said, remember, people, this episode of The Real Food TV has been brought to you by Ward's Anti-Fertility Clinic. This is a new sponsor we have. We've had it for a couple of days now. It's actually pretty good, people. This is a new business that Andre Ward's created where he can make it where you can't spread your seed. Just so you know, people, that's Ward's Anti-Fertility Clinic. That's right across the street from the Planned Parenthood. All right, let's get back into this interview. Wow, Terrence Crawford playing the heel, right? Really leaning into this. I think he's give me a second. I think Terrence Crawford's kind of like disconnected from what's actually happening. It's sort of like trauma, you know. This is all trauma based. The guy is scared, so now he's trying to play the part. You see the way he does the fake laugh? I mean, if it was real and he actually had some real anger and he feels like he got a real chip on his shoulder, you know he wouldn't be fake laughing like this, right? He'd actually be like, he knows he's trolling. That's the fact. Why are you trolling, bro? It just seems kind of fake. It seems like you don't believe what you're saying, just like the first press conference when it looked like you didn't believe what you were saying.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
All the people in the stands that booed me, they gonna cry when they go home. They gonna cry.
Dana, I just found out what the sign language means.
All right, sorry, people. Sorry.
And when
We're going to skip
people walk
ahead.
away, what do you want them to say?
Well, I want all the people in the stands that booed me, they going to cry when they go home.
Beta! Beta! Beta!
Go ahead.
When Crawford did that fake laugh, he really meant this.
You wanted that gold medal. I know it's emotional, but you walk away with a silver medal, which is an incredible accomplishment.
He meant that. He knows he's playing. He's just being a clown. I feel like he's disconnected himself from what's happening. He's making a joke of it, and he knows it's not. Because yesterday, when you saw the look in this guy's face, I think there was just a little bit of poopy in his undies.
I just found out what the sign language means for cry. Dana, I'm from the UFC world. You're bringing me over to the boxing world. I appreciate everything you've done for combat sports. What does it mean? How does it feel to you to be one of the masterminds in what could be the most viewed fight in combat sports history?
Yeah. I've always had this theory that if you put on two fights, if you can get people to stay home on a Saturday night, you put on two great fights.
All right, so we got Thunder on Box says, yeah, Bud definitely made this presser much better. Quentin says, hyping himself up. I think that's what it is. I think he's having, like, he's trying to loosen up a little bit, not think about it too much. I think yesterday he really was kind of like, you could see in a lot of ways he was kind of like starstruck. He had this really, like, he wasn't detached. Like today he actually looks detached, like he's playing games. And I think a lot of it has to do with, it's almost kind of like a denial, I feel like. I think he's kind of a little more detached, and that's why he's able to kind of like play these little games like that.
Fights the same night. We have UFC Noche that night, and I know there's a lot of questions about this. The main cards will not cross over. You'll be able to watch one right into the other. So to be a part of a historic night on Mexican Independence Day, I love it.
Can this guy wear a shirt that's a little looser than that? He looks like he's wearing a fucking swimming suit. Like he's wearing a swimming shirt. Canelo Alvarez versus Crawford at the fucking poolside. What the hell is that? The dude looks like he's wearing a damn wetsuit with short sleeves. All right, do you really need to show your gains that bad, Dana? Dana, with the G's, baby. What's up, Outlaw?
I feel very blessed to be here. Thanks, Shake Turkey and both the fighters up here. It's going to be a great night, historic night of fighting.
All right, it's a historic night of fighting. There we got Turkey in the moo-moo, baby. Moo-moo, baby. Both Crawford and Canelo are hype jobs, but Canelo is far from skilled, and Crawford knows he hasn't and couldn't earn this fight. Canelo are hype jobs, but Canelo is far from skilled. I don't know if I would say that, man. I think Canelo is actually a very skilled fighter. I think he's extremely skilled. I think some of his fights are very suspect, especially that Kovalev fight. But I got to say, the guy is definitely a very, very skilled fighter. I mean, even as he could be plotting, very plotting fighter, but he's a very good counter punching, very good feinting, very good the way parries, head movement, speed at times. His hand speed is very good. His ability to slip and shoot at times. He can be a lot better than he's been displaying for a while now. I think he really can be. I think in some ways people are underrating him, I think. And I don't think Crawford's never impressed me the way Canelo has in some of his fights. Even though I thought the Cotto fight with Canelo was, that was kind of an older Cotto still, yes. But he was much faster. And Canelo definitely showed the ability to be able to slip and shoot in a lot of different layers that you've never seen from Crawford. I think that Cotto would have knocked Crawford out. And Triple G for sure would have knocked Crawford out all day, every day. He also would have knocked out, Floyd Mayweather and all these other guys. All right, let's see some more. We got Turkey over here wearing his moo-moo, just getting a good spread there, man. There's a lot of fresh air getting in there. Just a lot of good. You just want a hot day like this, you want to wear something like that, right, guys? We're going to be putting those out soon. Foo Sports branded moo-moos for everybody to wear. You guys excited about that? Put, in the comment section, put a 1 in there if you want a muumuu. If you want to wear a Fu branded muumuu, they're going to look similar to that, but yellow. Okay? Sorry.
And thank you, Turkey, and thank you, guys. Bud, one question. What can people expect on Saturday, September the 13th? You're looking beefy, you're looking brolic. What can they expect come September?
Listen, I'm all about making history. I was the first 2-time undisputed champion of the world, and I can assure you.
Listen, I'm going to be the fattest 154-pounder you ever saw on that night.
First 3-time undisputed champion of the world.
I gotta be honest, people. I said it earlier. It's fucking bullshit to call a person like this undisputed. Okay? Even if he was able to beat Canelo by whatever, however, he would not be undisputed because he would be completely in dispute because he's done nothing at the weight. 168, he's done nothing. Nada. Nothing. He did nothing at 154. He did nothing at 160, and he did nothing at 168. So even if he was able to beat Canelo by magic, it would, to me, they would not be undisputed. It would not. They would be in a heavy dispute because I think most of these guys would beat him, right? A lot of those guys at 160, most guys would beat him at 168. They would wipe the floor with him. Almost everybody at 154 would wipe the floor with the guy.
Dan Canobio with Inside Boxing Live. These questions for both fighters. We've seen some photos come out of you guys eating together, kind of joking around. The interview with Piers Morgan was very friendly.
Sin in the comments says that Spence would wipe the floor, mop the floor with Triple G, right? No, the fuck, Triple G wouldn't. Spence would mop floors with him. It's like, okay. Like, yeah, I know you're kidding. You're just trolling, man. I mean, look. Earl Spence was never a great fighter. I mean, this is a guy that arguably lost to Sean Porter, and Sean Porter was never a great fighter. He was a decent B- fighter. He was a ball of energy who couldn't even punch that well. He didn't have the best setups. He's like right next to Kid Austin, and Kid Austin ain't some super high level fighter. That's who Sean Porter is. He's Kid Austin.
Can you explain to fans out there that it is a gentleman's sport? Is there animosity, and what can you make of some criticism like, oh, these guys look like they're friends?
Well, listen, I'm going to tell y'all like this. I respect Canelo, just like I respect every one of my other opponents before Canelo. But once it get close to that time, you know what I mean, it's time to go to work, you know? And when we go to work, y'all know what comes after that.
Oh, damn. That burn. It's that time. Time to put on my loaded gloves. Just kidding. You can't do that in this fight.
Yeah. You hear that. You know, we are professionals. And when we step in the ring, it's going to be different.
Go ahead, sir.
Canelo en español para toda la gente que está aquí que habla español. Platícanos.
Skull Kids in the comments says that Spence couldn't KO a small Mikey Garcia. Yes, he couldn't. What do you have to say about that? Sin. Hopefully that says sin. Let me read that again. My eyesight is all messed up. Yeah, that says sin. Yes. He couldn't even knock out Mikey Garcia, bro. He couldn't even knock him down. All right. God Never Sobers in the comments. He says, what's up? What's up, Sobers?
¿Qué se siente y cuál va a ser lo más difícil de enfrentar a Crawford and later for Crawford? What do you feel that you need to go up?
That'd be funny if he said that and then Crawford answers it in Spanish. We're like, whoa, we didn't know you spoke Spanish, bro.
2 divisions for this fight.
Hold on before you answer. Go ahead, translate.
For all these people here from the Spanish crowd.
Why does Canelo look so nervous? He's like, oh no, they're going to find out I don't speak Spanish. Oh no, this is crazy. Shit.
How difficult is this for the preparation, and what do you expect?
No, obviamente.
You imagine that? He has to ask his translator. He's like, shit, what did he say? I don't know what he said. Shit, fuck. Look, like, see that again. Look how nervous he looks. Why are you so fucking nervous?
What do you feel that you need to go up 2 divisions for this fight?
Hold on before you answer. Go ahead, translate.
What's happening? Oh no, he's gonna find out.
Spanish crowd. How difficult is this for the preparation, and what do you expect?
I don't speak Spanish. Shit.
No,
my gimmick is lost.
Es un gran peleador.
I'm actually Polish.
Un gran peleador, por eso está aquí ahora como mi oponente, pero lo que sabemos hacer, entrenar al 100%, enfocarnos en Crawford y y ganar y que sea un gran triunfo para México.
Obviously, Terrence Crawford is a great fighter. That's the reason why he's fighting me. That's the reason why we're facing each other. But that's what we do. We got to do it.
Come on, you got to be honest, Canelo. This is payday, payday, payday. That's really what it is. You know what it is.
We always do. Is 100 go to 100%. Always training, and it's going to be a great triumph for Mexico.
Go ahead. Who's next?
Oh my God, who the hell let Bomac on there? You know how strong that chair's got to be? That chair's got to be like heavy, heavy duty, right? Look how big that guy is. He looks like he can eat everybody in there, bro. Sorry, no offense to gigantic fat people.
Nobody else? Is that it? Where's Lene? Good? All right. I want to bring up the first.
I'm gonna start. If I could build up my channel, obviously I'm gonna keep building it up. But one day, I hope to come out here like Dana White. I'll even shave my head bald, and I'll come out here and all I'll do instead of putting together a show, I'll just be like, okay, let's go, guys, let's go. What you got to say? Anybody got any questions? And that's all I'll do. That's like what Showbiz does. He just comes out there. The show starts. He's just like, all right, anybody got anything to say? What are you saying over here? That's what he does, right? He's like the black Dana White with his eyes bulging.
Of our broadcast team. He is the best boxing analyst in the sport. Ladies and gentlemen, Max Kellerman.
Well, how is it? The nepotism is through the fucking roof. But I'll say this. At least it's not Ariel Helwani. At least. But that would be funny if he did call out Ariel Helwani. Oh, they made up. Ariel Helwani's now the face of boxing, everyone. He's doing... It actually does work for Turkey, which is fucking pathetic. God, why do they got to bring back Max Kellerman? It's terrible. Terrible.
All right, so I know you guys are excited about this fight, but I don't think you understand what a big deal it is. This is a perfect storm, First of all, Turki Al-Sheikh, we're lucky he happens to be a boxing fan. None of this happens if he doesn't happen to be a boxing fan. It's just none of us are here. Nick Khan, the best in the business.
You know what this guy reminds me of? There's a chicken character. It's like an old Warner Brothers cartoon. It's like a big ass chicken. He reminds me of that guy. I don't know if you guys know who this is. If you know, let me know. But he looks identical to this cartoon character. It's a big chicken. Yeah.
Dana White is the greatest combat sports promoter of my lifetime.
Damn.
And it's his first ever boxing promotion. So that's who's behind what you're going to see. You know who's the best pound for pound fighter in the world? The most recent one. Bud Crawford.
What? What did he just say?
Yeah.
Beta. Did he really just say Bud Crawford?
But before that,
Turkey was like, he was like, you better say this. Hey, Cocker Kellerman, say it. Say it, he's the best ever. Say it, you better.
But before that,
he was kissing Andre Ward's ass.
But before that,
he was sucking on HBO. I'm fucking sick of this guy. All right?
Apologies to the monster and Usyk. Bud Crawford has my vote for best pound for pound.
That has got to be one of the most fake bullshit ever. I mean, come on, look. If he's a real analyst, this guy, he's got to be honest. If you actually analyze the sport, and you look at the condition of the fighters, because it isn't just about names. But you got to keep in mind, even if that was a prime Spence, that guy was never a great fighter. He never was. Like the people in the comments are saying it. This guy struggled with Mikey Garcia. Now, Mikey didn't beat his ass, understandably, because look, Mikey's a little tiny guy. But this dude can't even knock Mikey down once. Earl Spence. Earl Spence went life and death with Sean Porter, a guy that was never a very high-level fighter. Never was. What's the best win of Sean Porter's career? I mean, really, there's not really any great wins on there. I kind of edged him in the Brook fight because I didn't appreciate the way Brook fought him. I thought all the punch and grab shit, I thought it was disgusting. But Sean Porter never had any real big wins. He was never the best fighter. He was decent. It was funny when he beat up Paulie, even though he's from my hometown. You know, still, Paulie, come on, man. It is funny when you get your ass kicked like that. You get ragged all around. But Sean Porter never did anything, and that was prime Sean Porter. Sean Porter, I think, look, Earl Spence's best win of his whole career is what? Spence, what? Washed up Brook, washed up Porter, and the Porter fight was questionable. And so you take these B-level, C-level fighters, C+, I'd say to be, if I want to be realistic, I'd call them C-level fighters, right? Compared to the generation past, slightly past. This is the best wins of his Bud's career, is fighting these washed up guys. And so he's over here saying this guy's the number one pound for pound. And what did he beat? The guys he's beating to get these titles are nothing. Not only were nothing even at their prime, but when he got them, they were washed. They're washed up. This is why I hate about this stuff. This kind of made up, this kind of fake shit you see here. So if this guy was able to get some BS robbery or whatever, they would build him up as one of the greatest fighters that ever lived. And I think that's a great injustice to the sport, to the history of it. This is why, even though I don't agree with everything Canelo does in his career, what he's done, but I think if I was going to root for any guy, if I was going to root for someone, I would root for Canelo, just because I think he's taken more challenges than the guy on the right there. I think he's cherry-picked, 100% cherry-picked the whole time. And so to call him to say he's a pound for pound compared to the other guy on the left side of that screen, I think is crazy. It's fucking crazy. But I probably wouldn't call either one of these guys pound for pound. I think that would be reserved for guys like Usyk or like, not these guys. But yeah, I'd say Canelo's got more of a claim to that, right? He did well. He went up. He's dominating at the 168. He's done well for himself throughout his whole career. I mean, the guy only has, well, on record, 2 losses, but I think he has more like probably around 4.
Who was the best pound for pound before Bud? Canelo Alvarez, universally recognized that way. But it's not just these 2 guys, the last 2 best pound for pound fighters.
Canelo's like, you fucking cuck. I fucking hate you. Look at you. You say he number 1 pound for pound. What the fuck has he done? What the fuck?
In the world. There haven't been that many. Before Canelo, who do you have? Before Canelo, Floyd or Andre Ward.
Oh, what about fucking Manny Pacquiao, bro? Really? I think Manny Pacquiao's blown all these guys away. Andre Ward? The guy who wins on ball punches? We're never going to point that one out, bro. Right? We're never going to point that one out, right, Max Kellerman? Yeah, I've gone through it. Yeah, you see it, yeah.
Floyd Mayweather, before you could take the lineage back. There have only been, 25 or 30 fighters who ever lived who you said that's the best pound for pound fighter in the world. These are 2 of them, the last 2. And they're going to fight.
How is that the case? So look, Manny Pacquiao's about to fight in a couple of weeks. So they're not the last 2. Come on. Also Crawford, not really. Weight bully.
In Las Vegas on September 13th. Canelo is 62-2 with 2 draws, 62-2. So was Marvin Hagler when Sugar Ray Leonard moved up to fight him, and they produced one of the biggest spectacles in the history of boxing. This fight is a perfect storm. I could not be more excited to be a part of it. Now, guys, I'm going to ask you guys some questions, if you don't mind. But I'm going to start.
Thunderdome Box in the comments says that Max has a disgusting search history. I agree. I would think that's true, probably. Pacquiao on the same shit Bud taking now. I don't know, man. Manny's never trained with Victor Conte, right? And his gloves have never exploded, not once.
Start with you. Why are you jumping up and skipping a division? You just got to junior middleweight. You were given the best fight of your career at...
I was going to get my ass kicked by everybody. Everybody! Yeah. Beta! He knows it. I mean, this is a money move, right? I think it really was Turkey in a lot of ways that set this shit up. Because look, I told people many times. This guy over here, he ain't no cash cow. He is not a pay-per-view star. So what they're doing is they're just building him up in order to cash his ass out. He's getting 10 mil. 10 mil. And they're going to build this shit up as big as they can get it. built on his little garbage record of, beating up washed up guys. But still, he got the, pound for pound. Okay. Pound for pound beating washed up bums, right? Maybe not total bums, but, except for Brook was probably the best guy he ever fought, I think. A washed Brook. But yeah, they're going to build it up on this guy's back. I called this out a while ago. I told people, they didn't believe it. I told them that they're going to sell this guy's ass to Canelo. People didn't believe it. They're like, what? Canelo's at 168. Well, it's happening. He's getting sold. 10 mil. Turkey over here wants to make his money back. He knows this guy actually lost money for Turkey. I don't think Turkey's in the business of losing money anymore. Right? He's got to actually start making some money. This might actually be a big payday for them. Only 10 mil for Mr. Crawl Bum. Sorry, I won't call him a bum. There's a person who got very, very angry and upset that I called him a bum. Crawl shit. Okay.
Junior middleweight by Madrimov. Who gave you a tougher fight than Madrimov? Stop that. And now you're... Who? Someone gave you a tougher fight than Madrimov?
Listen, if y'all thought that was a tough
Oh,
fight,
I love this, that this guy calls this shit out. He's like, he gave you a real fight. Yeah, his only prime guy he fought. Oh, sorry. Madrimov ain't even in his prime yet. Okay? That guy ain't even in his prime. And this guy over here, and I'll give it to Kellerman. He called this shit out. He said, that was your hardest fight. Yeah, a guy with 10 fights. That tells you how washed up the guys were that this dude was fighting. He was always, I told you, he's fighting smaller guys, weaker guys, older guys, damaged guys. He said, I'm hunting. Yes, like I said, he's hunting wounded animals. Wounded old animals. They're walking around with a fucking bear trap around their leg.
Madrimov, stop that.
Literally fought a guy who just got shot in the leg.
And now you're... Who? Someone gave you a tougher fight than Madrimov?
listen, if y'all thought that was a tough fight, then woof.
Well, you've been beating the hell out
Yeah,
of...
bro, but you lost that fight. I thought you lost it. A lot of people don't agree with that, but you didn't win that shit. As they say, you got to beat the champion. How you getting pressed back, getting controlled in all, like most of the rounds? Last round of the fight, you still getting fucking controlled, getting your face punched off, right?
Most guys you've ever fought, he gave you a good fight. Now you're skipping middleweight. No rehydration clause, nothing like that. To move up.
That's funny. He says skipping middleweight. Bro, he skipped 154 as well. You tell me he didn't skip 154? He only had one fucking fight. Is that not skipping? If that's not skipping, then what is? Bro, he like skimmed over middleweight. Or skimmed over 154. He fought what he thought was the lightest target he could find. The softest target. He went to life and death with the softest target he could find. This dude's literally pushing him back the whole fight like he ain't nothing. Pushing him back like he's a nobody. And he's running all around that ring. He lands a couple of flurries. He got it, bro. Unanimous decision. You're not even going to give this guy a draw or give him a fucking even one of those cards? Nah, unanimous. Obviously, Crawford dominated. It's like, come on, bro.
Up to fight a guy who has dominated that weight class for a decade, or weight classes for a decade. Why do it this way?
Why not? I always say, why not? You know, all the greats do things that people think that's impossible. You know, so within myself, I have the confidence.
What's impossible is the Crawford actually fighting a guy that's in his prime. Guess what? Canelo ain't in it. He ain't even in his prime anymore. He like, I'm going up and fighting a guy that is as heavy as I am on when I'm out of the ring. It's like, bro, it's not like he's like ridiculously heavy, right? Yes, he's heavier than you, right? But he ain't like massive, right? Like I'd say he was really testing himself if he fought Benavidez at 168, but that's only something reserved for a guy like Manny Pacquiao. He would do something like that, not this guy. You want to know why? Because this guy ain't a great. The thing is, today we have such low standards in boxing that any motherfucker could be a great. If you really looked at this guy's career, you would never call him great. Because let's put it this way. He's never beat a great. At the least, look, I don't believe that Canelo beat Triple G in those two first Triple G fights. I don't think he beat him. He did it. But the simple fact that he fought that guy twice gives him a certain level of respect. You know, that he has a certain level of respect because he fought a great. This guy's never fought a great fighter. And all the fighters he has fought have all been washed. So I don't even think a guy like this deserves to even really be in the Hall of Fame. He ain't done nothing great. He's a cherry picker. I think the Hall of Fame is reserved for fighters like Manny Pacquiao, not for guys like this.
The skills. I got all the tools to beat Canelo. So why
Floyd
not?
Mayweather also should not be in the Boxing Hall of Fame. In Turkey, they need to change this with guys like Turkey and Dana White. This new era of boxing. Guys like that should not be in the Boxing Hall of Fame. Because once you start cherry picking and you do that for a long period of time, you should not be, shouldn't be eligible anymore.
Canelo.
Skull Kids 25 says Canelo beat a 40-year-old Triple G. Yeah, I mean, that was a washed Triple G. He was older, but he had fought him the 2 times, and that was a very live, not prime Triple G, but a very live, extremely dangerous fighter that he fought there. Crawford never fought anybody on that level who was that strong. He would have never stepped in the ring with him. He would drain him out. And we're gonna watch after this. We're gonna watch a little bit of a video from a channel. I think it's called Blue Bloods, just to read the comments because some of the stuff these people say is just ridiculous. There's people in there saying, "Dude, I really respect Bud because he didn't make Canelo do a rehydration clause. You know, usually they do a rehydration clause." It's like, bro, you think he had an option? Look at this. I'll tell you this: if Bud actually had that kind of power in the sport to tell that if he was the cash cow, as they say, he would have 100% had this guy drain himself out as much as possible. He would have, for sure. And that's another reason why this is very different from the Canelo fight, because it's from the Canelo Floyd fight, because Canelo is the cash cow. He is the, as they call, the A side. He's the one that dictating shit, right? And it would be funny if Canelo would say like, well, you cannot be this amount of weight or whatever. He could have made up all these weird stipulations. He could have made Bud wear pillow gloves. He could have done all that. But what it looks like from what I'm seeing is that he's really not doing much of anything. It wouldn't even shock me if Canelo let this guy juice just to kind of look the part. And I think he still will beat him into the dirt. I think this is going to be the comedy extravaganza of the year in boxing. This is going to be one of the funniest fights in a long time.
You are right now El Gran Campeón Mexico, right? Like, you are the guy. Richard, good to see you. And Mexico has...
Yeah, Mars in the comments says Blue Blood subs are convinced Crawford is the A side. Yeah, I've seen these people actually told me that Crawford is a superstar. And I saw another channel where this guy's saying, oh, Bud's hit the big time, baby. He's done it. It's like, no, he hasn't. He hasn't. He's making 10 mil, which is the same amount that he made to fight Avanesian. So what is happening here is Bud's getting his ass sold. That's what's happening. They're going to build this shit up with all their marketing dollars to sell his ass. And they told him, I'm pretty sure they told this guy, there's no other fight that you're going to make this money. We're not giving you 10 mil for any other fight, okay? Because it's not going to generate that. You're not worth that. But if you do fight him, we'll give you 10 mil. That's it. No more. You're a money loser. You've lost money for us. We're not giving you. This is just people. This is just actual business. Because if you look even as a guy like Floyd was losing money, but they made these built-in contracts where he could still get this certain sum. They're not going to keep doing that in the future, this sport. They're not going to be giving these guys these giant sums of money. You're going to be based on what you actually generate. And you also have to, people also have to remember, these fighters like to come out and say things like, I'm the cash cow, right? All this bullshit. I'm a cash cow. It's like, bro, if it wasn't for the promotion, building your ass up and giving you soft touches, you wouldn't even be the star you are right now. So there is a case to be made that those guys should be able to take at least 50% of what you fucking get. Because they're the ones that put all the money in to build your ass up, and they put all those motherfuckers in the ring for you to knock over. All right? You're built. They built you. All right? So when you come out and you're like, oh, I'm worth this much. This is how much I'm worth. Like you saw that with Floyd. It's like, are you fucking kidding? Oscar De La Hoya built your ass. Built you. The same with Bob. He built your ass. He kept giving you soft touches.
Do some of the greatest champions in boxing
So
history.
this is what I think that's happening with Crawford. That's why they're giving him 10 mil. That's it. And that's a lot of fucking money. But a lot of people would say, that's not a lot of money. It's a lot, and it's enough for them to take a good chunk of this money because the guy's lost money. He's lost money for them. He's not a moneymaker. He never has been. The only time he made any money was when he fought Earl Spence, because Earl Spence, unlike Crawford, actually is a money maker. He's not a huge star like Canelo or Floyd, but he was a big money maker for them. That's why I said it, and I don't know if people ever saw it. I went on multiple panels. After I saw the kind of special treatment Crawford got in that Spence fight, Spence was the A side, but he really wasn't. He was the true star. But they railroaded his ass. They had him drain himself out. They did all kinds of stuff. This guy's coming up with his weird stuff with his gloves or whatever. The draining, the way I saw the referee kind of favoring Crawford, I knew some shit was up. Like that some kind of swap happened there. And I said after that fight that they must have a much better deal with Crawford where they're able to dip into his pockets a little deeper than they could with Spence. Right? Because to me, that was bizarre because Crawford was never the moneymaker. But yet they railroaded against this guy. The whole fucking narrative of that fight, you could see that they knew that Spence was going to lose. They had the shit all tailored. Guy comes out in a fucking concept outfit with nets on it. Like, when have you ever seen this guy come out in any kind of concept outfit? The dude was fucking anointed. And it was all built for this moment here, this Canelo-Crawford fight. This is what that shit was all building towards. Now he's getting his ass sold. Yes, he's getting 10 mil, but he's getting 10 mil to get knocked the fuck out, most likely.
Including Julio Cesar Chavez, Salvador Sanchez, and on and on. If you beat Terence Crawford in this fight, or is it on the line the greatest champion in the history of Mexico? Is that on the line in this fight?
You know what? I don't know. Let's see when I retire.
Mars in the comments says Reynoso needs to double check those gloves on Friday and fight night. I said this before. There's no way in hell this guy's going to be able to load his gloves. No way. He would definitely need some super turkey treatment. And then Canelo does lay it out. He said it yesterday. He feels that this guy's going to get special treatment by Turkey, that's his favorite guy for some weird reason. I don't know why. I can assume certain things, but he thinks he's getting special treatment. But I think they're going to watch this guy's gloves very closely because I think they know exactly what's up with him. And that goes for multiple things. You got to keep in mind, Canelo has a lot of fucking money. This guy's almost got $1 billion. He probably has a team of people that's watching this fucking guy. They're going to see what he's taking. They're going to be doing all kinds of stuff. They probably got spies all around this guy to see what the fuck he's doing. Really, because he is a schemy dude, people. He really is. All these guys that pretend he's not. Come on, bro. Come on. Exploding gloves twice. First time Everlast comes out, makes an excuse. Right? Oh, well, it's defective gloves. Comes out one fight later after he beat Spence with looks to me. I called it in the Spence fight. I was like, there's some weird shit going on here. This guy looks like he's getting beat by he looked like getting beat by bricks. That's what I said when I saw, I'll tell you, it's on my channel. I have a play-by-play of it. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? This guy's punching like a fucking monster. Like he's never punched ever before. Next fight, he comes out after the fight. I said, does this guy have fucking bricks on? Next fight, he's got exploding gloves versus Madrimov. I'm like, there's probably something. This guy needs a criminal investigation because there's stuff going on. But he ain't going to be able to do that shit versus Canelo. No way in hell. Also, even if he put bricks in his gloves, Triple G already punches like fucking bricks. So this guy's felt bricks before.
Where I'm going to be in the list. But for sure, I will beat Terence Crawford, no matter what. I don't look in like I'm going to be the greatest Mexican ever. I don't say that. I think my numbers is going to talk when I retire.
For someone who hasn't been during that September weekend to Vegas for a Canelo fight, why should they come out for this one?
You know, it's going to be one of the greatest fighters ever, for sure. And that night is very special. All around this fight is special, and I think they don't want to miss this fight.
You spent a lot of your career early on as a counterpuncher. You used to go to the ropes, and these guys, when you were a teenager,
I like that he brought this up because I was talking to some people the other day about this. They think Canelo's just some forward-coming, fake Mike Tyson, Wish.com Mike Tyson. He really is a very like a thinking man's fighter. He's just kind of changed it up. And I think if he was to bring some of those layers back, which I think he definitely can, He definitely ain't as good as he used to be, but I think with this smaller man, if he was to bring back some of those layers that he has with the slipping and, timing to kind of catch him on the back foot, right? Because Canelo can move back. He fought Floyd kind of running at him because I feel like he really took that to heart, that Floyd fight. And so he tried to prove that, I can pressure people. Because before that moment, he was more of he was almost became stationary. He was a lot in some ways, like Marquez. And then over time, he became more of like a wannabe Mike Tyson, some like slow-footed Mike Tyson. But so Max Kellerman brings us up, and I actually really do like that because he's showing that this guy has more layers to his game than just I'm just going to come forward and wing out big hooks and all that. He can go back, and I think a lot of people are saying, "Oh, Crawford's going to push him back." Well, I'll tell you this: if Crawford could push this guy back, this dude does have the ability to slip him and hit him, right?
And these grown men would come at you and you'd box the hell out of them and knock them out. But recently, the last bunch of years, guys have been running from you and you've had to chase them. What are you prepared to do against Terence Crawford? How do you think he's going to fight you?
Everything. I don't know. I don't know what fight he's gonna make, but I'm gonna prepare myself for every style he brings. I hope he brings a good style to make a good fight for the people. That's what I want.
Yes.
If not, I'm gonna do my best to win in every way.
You hear when he says
he's starting to sound a little bit more like Manny Pacquiao towards the end of his career. You know how he started saying a good fight for the people. So he understands that boxing isn't just a contest; it's also entertainment as well. Guys like this, Crawford doesn't know that, I guess, because you saw him in his last fight. He literally was just in survival mode for most of the fight. He landed some punches, but for the most part, he was in survival mode.
Make a good fight for the people, Terence. He's saying he hopes you don't run. And Turkey has a knockout bonus in this fight. And there seems to be something out there like the way for you to win this fight is to move, move, move. Is that true?
This is funny that they laid that out. You need to move, move, move. And it's funny. What's funny is that he tries to make it out like, oh, I'm going to beat his ass. I'm going to come forward. No, you ain't. You can't even press Madrimov back, bro.
Something out there like the way for you to win this fight is to move, move, move. Is that true?
Listen.
Damn it, they know my strategy. I'm going to run like a bitch.
Yeah.
Beta!
Turkey, you need to put
this is a good one. Turkey!
small ring. A small ring. The smaller ring in the...
The only... Hey, Matt.
Oh my God, look, they're clowning this guy right in his face. He's like, bro, I know you're gonna run, okay? Turkey, you need to make a smaller ring. They need to be a small ring.
Yeah.
Beta. This beta's gonna run. He gonna run.
Move, is that true?
Look at the way he turns. He's like, is that true? Are you gonna run like a bitch? He turns to the camera. Like, his clear story, so nervous.
Out there like the way for you to win this fight is to move, move, move. Is that true?
Listen.
Turkey, you need to put a small ring. A small ring. The smaller ring in the...
The only... Hey, Matt. Yeah.
I know it's emotional.
The only
but you
running
walk
that
away
I'm
with
going to be
the silver.
doing is running upside his head, and I can assure you that.
That's what you call a load of shit. Look at Canelo gonna crack a little smile because he knows none of this shit is even real. He knows there's absolutely nothing true about that statement. This guy literally ran away from Madrimov. You think he's not gonna be running away from this guy?
Facts. And he got a big head too.
Canelo, I mentioned Sugar Ray Leonard and Marvin Hagler earlier. Hagler also fought a great lightweight champion before he fought Sugar Ray, Roberto Duran. And Duran didn't run. They fought in close for 15 rounds, and it was a close fight. Do you think he can
I don't know
do that?
why does he keep comparing this guy to Leonard? It's like Duran, Leonard. Like, what the fuck? This is the same thing they did with the fucking Spence fight. They were comparing it to like Sugar Ray Leonard and Hagler and all that. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Do you think he can bring it to you?
We'll see. We need to try, right? To see what is going to happen. But for sure, it's going to be different, way different.
All right. All I can tell you is it is the perfect storm of a fight. The fights like this, I know Dana said it's once in a lifetime. Legitimately, a fight like this comes around once every decade or so. By the way, Muhammad Ali fought Leon Spinks in 1978. 90 million people watched the fight live on ABC because back then it was broadcast in primetime by a huge platform. Nothing has come close since then. Nothing. Even if you say Mayweather-Pacquiao, they did 4 million pay-per-views, incredible. Even if 5 people per set are watching, it's 20 million people. But this platform, Netflix, they showed you not long ago with a fight that was not like this, 100 million people watch it. This will be, it's safe to say, the most watched prize fight.
Yeah, but the thing is that Jake Paul is so hated. He's almost on the level of Floyd. It's a heel. He's a heel, just like Floyd was. These guys aren't really a heel, and no one's really playing the heel. That's the problem. I don't think this will get the viewership that I don't even think this will get the same viewership as Jake Paul Tyson. It won't, because Canelo may be a star, but this guy Crawford is an absolute fucking dud in many ways.
More eyeballs on it than any fight in almost 50 years, in almost half a century. So I would say that it is a once-in-a-lifetime fight, except, Turkey, I'm sure that there will be more like it in the not-too-distant future. You keep making all the fights. The rematch, right. September 13th, Las
You see, I'm not too much of a fan of that. I really hope they don't have some fishy business going on here. You see the little smirk from Canelo when he says the rematch. You can't have a rematch if you knock the guy the fuck out, now can you? All right, so hopefully this fight is on the up and up and we don't have any weird fishy business where guys are taking it easy on each other, and I think that guy would be Canelo. You're taking it easy on this guy. Don't knock him out. Pretend there's some kind of like controversy or some stupid shit like that. We don't want to see it. Just knock the fucking guy out and move on. Move on to better, bigger fighters, right? Hopefully, which I don't think he's going to. From what I heard, Canelo might be fighting Eubanks after this one. Not too big into that one. It wouldn't shock me if Canelo fought Conor Benn. It's like, not too big into Canelo. I'm not a big fan of Crawford. And I think that's just a funny fight because he's come out and pretended that he's fighting for legacy. We know he's fighting for the payday. That's what he's always fought for. This guy's never really been a legacy fighter. He's a cherry picker. Cherry pickers don't truly fight for legacy. They just pretend they are.
Vegas, Nevada. I cannot wait for this one. By the way, live on Netflix. If you have Netflix, which everyone does, you don't have to, there's nothing, it's not pay-per-view. You don't have, that's it. You got it already. 300 million plus people. And now, before we get out of here, Dana, you're going to face the fighters off.
All right, you got Bo Mack with a sandwich bag. Everyone getting up, got to move the tables out of the way. They're going to do their face-off. Here we go. We got Bo Mack, Crawford, the Bo Mack edition. Going to look a little bit at his shape. We're going into the ego Weight Watchers, as he calls it, right? I've heard that guy before. He's looking for abs. He's like, I can't even see his abs. What's happening? I'm so disappointed. All right, let's see this. I got to zoom in a little bit. See if I can zoom into this with the free zoom. Look at Crawford over here, people. Look at that shirt. Big ass fucking shirt. I saw a video of him recently. He's fat everywhere. He looked fat to me. The traps look kind of big. That's surprising, but I think that is kind of like fat traps. It's sort of like some muscle covered in a heavy layer of fat, right? So here they are, guys, going to meet up. All right. Crawford looking like a dinosaur, like a fat dinosaur. Like I told you, little Bo Mack over here wearing the big ass baggy shirt. Like I said, he's got to play the part. He's got to come in big, bloated. All right. Got Canelo looking almost in fight shape. Look at that. I'm looking at that big shirt. Look at those little arms in that big ass shirt. Dude's wearing the baggiest shit he could wear. Shit looks like it's covered in starch. He looks like he's wearing a damn shirt straight out like Grand Theft Auto. The shit barely like moves, right? It's because there's weird wrinkles in it. Makes me think they just like put starch in there to make it look more sturdy and heavy. He even looks like he might even have like freaking like he might have padding in the shoulders. Shit is weird. All right, our two fighters about to face off. We're gonna read their faces. The other day, I think it was on Saturday at the first face-off, Crawford looked shook as hell, people. He looked like an absolute mother effing. Let me say it. He looked beta. He looked like a damn beta. He looked like a guy who hates to lose.
Wanted that gold medal.
But he didn't. It's not that he hates to lose. He hates getting knocked the fuck out. This is Crawford. This is what he's thinking. Canelo's coming. They're gonna do their face-off. Crawford's like, oh no, why the fuck did I do this? He needs a gun, people. He needs a gun to beat this guy. Is that what he needs? All right, we're gonna hear this.
We're still talking about it. So yeah, it's gonna be a big number. Whoever wins the performance bonus.
All right, we're going to hear this. Look, they now have performance bonuses, people, in boxing. I told people this is going to be the biggest promotion in town. It really is. This is a great idea, I think. You can bring in lower level fighters and have yourself barn burners, right? Dudes just coming for it, right? I wouldn't even mind if they made boxing like most of these fights, maybe like 5 rounds, 7 rounds. Maybe, no, not 7. Let's say 8 rounds. Make them 8-round fights. The majority of them. Then make champion. What I would like is if they made it all fights, maybe 8 rounds, and then for championship fights, make them 15 rounds. Now that would be awesome. Do that. Do that.
Bonus of the night that night.
All right, so he's talking about performance bonuses. 2 days in a row, these guys have let these new details out. They're bringing in the UFC formula. First of all, this press conference is being handled like a UFC press conference. And then, and obviously the face-off is from boxing. So it's a hybrid, right? Which is great. I love it. And then you have not only knockout bonuses, but you have performance bonuses, right? So if you have a great fight, guys coming to bring it, they're also going to make money. This is great. This is great. I'm liking the stuff they're doing, all right? I'm not too big on this fight, but I like that they're now unraveling these details, because I think this system's far better than giving these running bums a bunch of money, because now you can make it where, you know what, bro, you're Shakur Stevenson. We'll give you $100,000. All right. Now, if you fight in a way that's impressive, we'll give you another $1 million on top of that. Right. Maybe that. Maybe, yeah, $1 million. We'll give you $1 million if you fight like a bitch. Now, if you knock the guy out, we'll give you another $1 million. You do it like that instead of this whole thing of giving him like $10 million and he fights like an absolute bitch, right? No, he wants to make more money. So now this incentivizes cowards to even fight in a more exciting manner.
Fill us in a little bit about performance bonus.
Yeah.
Something you innovated.
Yeah, the performance bonus that night.
Yeah, I like how Max is like pointing out all the things Dana White has done. A lot of people out there, they didn't want to admit it. I've been telling people, Dana White, they were like, well, Dana White got the funding of all these people. There's all these negative videos. It's like, bro, these were a lot of these ideas in the UFC were all Dana White ideas. Okay? That's why Matt Max is calling it out. And that's cool that he does that, you know? The performance bonuses, they're thinking about what makes the sport more exciting. Boxing needs some changes. And it's great that they're bringing this stuff in, because it wasn't working. Obviously, what they were doing before was not working. This is why the networks are dropping it.
It's going to be over 6 figures. We're still talking about it. So, yeah, it's going to be a big number. Whoever wins the performance bonus of the night that night.
All right. All right, we're going to turn off that bad music and put this music on instead. All right, here these guys are coming. Canelo. Terrence Crawford and Canelo. You got Dana White in the middle. Wouldn't that be a funny TV show? Remember that show, Malcolm in the Middle? Dana White in the middle. That'd be terrible. That'd be a fucking stupid idea. Now, here we go. What's up with this cheesy music? This sounds like some shitty music out of like a Creed movie. Canelo. Here I come, Canelo. Oh, whoa. Oh, Cash Money Millionaires, the revival tour. Look how big this shirt is. Look at this. Look at this thing. Look at that. Well, look at this moo-moo. Moo-moo. Little Bomac. Look at this guy's arms, the baboon arms. Not Crawford, you fucking racist. I'm talking about Dana White. Look at those arms. They said this guy actually boxed at one point. He tried to be a boxer. Dude got some long ass arms, bro. All right, so what you see here is that Crawford is positioned. I've been telling people for a while now that a lot of the stuff you see here is illusions. They're intentionally positioning this guy in front of the camera, and by that I mean Terrence Crawford. He's closer to the camera. He's fatter. He's far fatter. And he's wearing a big-ass fucking shirt to go along with some big-ass jeans and a big-ass swollen head with a big-ass swollen body. Dude's probably eating hot dogs all day. Came over here after a hot dog eating contest. Look how big Canelo's head is, people. His head is massive. Even though he is further from the camera, his head's definitely bigger than Canelo's. Forearms bigger. Everything's bigger on him, pretty much. I don't know about his wiener. That's pretty gay. Gay! Sorry. All right, so what you see here is little Bomac is bumping his big-ass belly into Canelo. He doesn't appreciate that. Dana White's like, what the fuck are you doing? Get your belly off of Canelo. Get your belly off of him. What you doing, man? Why you get your belly off me? What are you doing, man? Man, why you got this guy like Dana? Help me out, man. Look at this. Crawford, what the fuck are you doing? We didn't agree to this. There's no belly bumping here. This is not sumo wrestling. Get off me, man. Get the fuck off me, man. I kill you. Get the fuck off, man. Leave me the fuck alone. All right, so here we go. Crawford's getting a little overzealous. So he thinks he's in a sumo wrestling competition. All right, he's gonna belly bump this guy. Sergeant in the comments says Canelo has heels on. It's funny how their heights just keep fluctuating, right? I think he probably has regular shoes on, Canelo. This guy, Crawford, ain't that much. He's not that much taller than Canelo. He's really not. You saw at some of the early press conferences, he looked like he was like towering over him. I mean, like I said, there's a lot of illusions going on here, but the hard facts don't lie. I've said it a billion times over the last over a year since this shit was talked about. Canelo Alvarez, people, could barely make welterweight when he was 18 years old. 18. All right. The guy now is going to be, he's going to be, I think, 35. He's been a big guy his whole life. And now, obviously he's not a heavyweight, but he is a naturally bigger, stronger man than Terrence Crawford. Naturally. Now, this guy at almost 40 is coming up in weight. Now, he might have taken sauce and so on, but he ain't accustomed to having that big, heavy body like that. This dude's going to gas. There's all kinds of problems with this. Most likely he's going to be slower. He's not accustomed to being pushed around by a guy like this. Because in a moment, Canelo's going to push this guy like he's a little baby. He just pushes him like, boop. He pushes him over with one hand like he's nothing. Like he's made of fucking cotton. Or not cotton. Sorry. No, that's not right. It's not racist. He pushes him over like he's made of styrofoam, bro. Watch this. He's like, look how he mushes it. This dude almost falls over. Canelo with the fucking loose palm, the loose wrist over here, pushes this guy over like he's nothing. He's like, get the fuck out of my face, man. Get the fuck out of my face now. Look at him. He just pushes him. Get out of here, bitch. And then Crawford, he has to sell it. I saw it from another angle. He's smiling and laughing. Dana White's laughing. People don't understand. Look. They really downplayed this Canelo guy. If Crawford was to actually get near this guy, this dude would absolutely lay him out. I would put money that Canelo would have knocked him out without gloves on. They're pushing Canelo back. They're selling this because you look over here. Look at Dana White's face. Look, this guy is fucking laughing. I mean, did they stage this? Right? Look. We're gonna go to my free zoom over here. This guy's like smiling the whole time. Reynoso with the tongue out. He's like, come on, man. You make it too much of a scene, man. Look, ice is over there, man. I'm telling you, Reynoso always looking nervous. He's looking over there on the side. He's like, wait, is that an ICE agent? No. But look, Bomac over here, I told you, people. He's like Kirby's Dreamland. He's gonna suck people in. This dude gonna eat people. Dana White he can't contain his laughter. All right, so we got over here our fake melee. Crawford is literally laughing. He's just laughing his ass off. Right? It reminds me a lot of that Keyshawn press conference, right? The one with the watermelons and all that when Keyshawn's laughing. And I mean, these guys are buddies, you know? To me, this shit is so basic, this kind of thing. I think Canelo wasn't in on this joke. You know, he wasn't in on it. And you could tell when he looks at Crawford, he stares a hole through him. But once again, Crawford's found a way to kind of, I think, disconnect in a way. But I don't think it'll matter too much. But it is one of the benefits that he has. When it comes to head games, he definitely does have that. And Canelo is a very serious guy. He's very no nonsense. So he is the kind of guy that you can get in his head. All right. Here comes Canelo. Canelo, he's like, I'm going to fucking kill you, man. You play a lot of games. When these fists right here, he's going to kill you. Crawford's doing these dumb faces. People, he won't be doing that on fight night. This shit is real. He's gonna knock that smile right off his fucking face. I predict that left hand's gonna break that little jaw of Crawford's, possibly. He gonna break that little jaw. People really building this guy up like he's something great. Look, people, come on. The guy eats Triple G punches. You think this motherfucker's got something for him? That's a pipe dream. That ain't real. Now you see how Crawford's face changes there. Because he sees, like I said, the guy's no nonsense. Now it is kind of a benefit to a fighter like Crawford or any fighter to get in this man's head. Because that's how he makes mistakes. It's how he punches just that much harder. You can keep him out of position. He'll punch. He'll put himself out of position. And he'll tire himself out quicker. So it is smart to kind of get in his head. I spoke about that for the Berlanga fight. That it was a smart strategy. And you could see in the fight that Canelo was doing many things out of character. He was throwing kidney punches, a lot of rabbit punches. He was hitting on the break. He was doing a lot of things that he usually doesn't do. But you also have to keep in mind the fact that even with Berlanga, all the games he played, I don't think he brought the right game plan. But that is a big fucking guy, Berlanga. And for Canelo to come in there, no nonsense, right, and still be able to drop the guy and come and press him and all that, it really does show that this guy, when you anger him, he just becomes more focused. He doesn't really make that as many mistakes as you would think from a guy that has been kind of like, kind of gotten into his psyche and kind of knocked him off his game just a little bit, made him a little more emotional, because that's a problem. But I think he knows how to translate that rage a lot of times into being a little more precise, possibly. So this is dangerous. And I see Crawford looks at him. He sees he was smiling in the beginning, and then Canelo like stares a hole through the guy, and his smile turns into like, oh shit. It reminds me of that movie like Demolition Man. It's like Wesley Snipes, and it has nothing to do with skin color, people. Wait, let's go to free zoom again. Canelo's over here like, you don't know what you're fucking with, man. You know who could have played a good Canelo in a biopic? Schwarzenegger, a young Schwarzenegger. Dana White over here, he's like, oh my God, please don't kill him. We're going to have a rematch, bro. I'm fat. Sorry. A little too much. I'm going to beat you with my fat. He's going to blubber him to death. All right, let's hear some of the stuff that these guys are saying. I'm going to see if Dana White actually said something. It looked like he said something there. So look, maybe a little bit of showmanship maybe here, maybe. It doesn't look like Canelo was happy with this. And I think I said it the other day that Crawford's at risk of getting smacked in the face, Caleb Plant style, right? Because like I said, the guy's no nonsense. Even though Canelo is kind of a hypocrite, he talks some shit. Don't call me motherfucker, right? Crawford's, he's pushing some buttons here. It wouldn't shock me if they didn't push Canelo away. I wouldn't have doubted he would have slapped Crawford right in his face. He would have hit him with one of those palm strikes. I think they were afraid maybe he would have knocked him out with one of those palm strikes, right? Look, people, like, it's crazy. Like, when you see this guy, you can see the wingspan. I said it the other day. Canelo's back is like a fucking aircraft carrier. The dude is a small guy. He's got a massive back. He's a pretty big guy for a short guy. And you see the change in Crawford's face. It's not there's not any smiling anymore. And so he's saying, it looks like he's saying, you'll see. You'll see. It's funny because you'll see, like, he'll naturally tuck his chin. It's like it comes to him naturally. He's like getting ready for some shit. He's like, I may just hit him with something in a second. I better tuck my chin. You know, Crawford's only talking this shit because he got this guy in between him. The other day when he was when the first press conference, when this guy had to be face to face with Canelo, this dude was literally shitting his pants. So hard swallows. You could see all kinds of nervousness in him. Now you have these big gaps, right, where you have guys in between them. Now you'll see Crawford kind of come out of his cocoon and be a little tougher, right? He's got a guy in between him. Yesterday, if you go back and you watch the first press conference, it's a totally different energy coming from Crawford. Yeah, he had these little ass arms coming out of this big ass shirt and this big ass body with these little ass arms. The dude for sure is fat. People, they're over 2 months out. People have to remember that 2 months out. Bomac ain't looking too happy. Like, look at his face here. And I think it's funny that they had the nerve to like people pretend that it was right for what Crawford did, because I read a bunch of comments earlier and people were making it like, oh well, look, he pushed him and Canelo was scared. It's like, are you fucking kidding? This guy, he created like a spectacle there, right? He pushing him with his big ass Bomac belly. Bomac, he got the Bomac diet, and he's pushing him with his belly. So Canelo's like, get the fuck off of me. He pushes him. And then they pretend like, why did he push him? He pushed him. Because he's pushing him with his big fat belly, bro. All right, so there you go. Canelo Alvarez, Terence Crawford press conference is over. I enjoyed the first press conference more than the second one, but I did enjoy that they're kind of letting out more details about what they're doing with the promotion going forward. It's exciting, to see what they're going to do with that and in the future. I'm liking the stuff. I'm hearing stuff about smaller ring, standard size ring, not some gigantic ring like we got now. What a lot of these runners like to use. I don't think you're going to have runner rings with Turkey unless I guess the guy's a big superstar. But their desire is to weed out all the divas / runners. So that could be another reason why they would be fine. They would like Crawford to maybe beat Canelo, because Canelo in a lot of ways is a diva himself, right? He's a very big diva, very big cash maker. But Crawford is as well. He really is. And Canelo, they have money to be made, right? Crawford, I think this might actually be his last fight. I don't know if we're going to see anything after this. I don't really see this guy doing too well in this fight, because again, he's never really been that good of a fighter. He's a good fighter, but he ain't on this level. He's not going to beat this Canelo. I don't think so, people. But there's a lot of fishy business that goes on in boxing. Like, there you go, Kovalev fight there, to me, looked like some fishy business. But this is Canelo Alvarez. I give the guy respect. He is a very, very good fighter. And he's on a level I've never seen Crawford on, I've never seen it. This guy comes in there, he fights a very relaxed style, and at times he picks guys apart. Nowadays, he's just winging out these big hooks. Very open, but if the guys are going to make him pay for it, what's the issue? Look at Crawford over here. It's amazing to me that nobody's broke this guy's orbital bones. Look how pronounced this guy's cheekbones are. I predict if Canelo hits this guy with one of these uppercuts, the left hook's hard enough, he's going to break Crawford's orbital bone. No one's been strong enough to break this guy's face the way this guy can. Even though Canelo's not a huge puncher, this is not a huge man. This ain't a guy who's built to be hit by guys as big. If he was, he would have gone up many, many years ago, I think. Yeah, a guy's a weight bully, but there's a thing to be said that, look, at some point being a weight bully's got to end, because you just can't make it anymore. You look at Boots Ennis, guys in his 20s is having to go up in weight. If Crawford was that big, where he's like a natural 168-pounder, he would have never been able to make welterweight. He couldn't be making welterweight all the way up to this point in time. I mean, look, this guy's almost 40, and he made welterweight just a few months ago, right? So this is obviously a smaller man, naturally smaller. The only way he would be able to go up in a way where he actually grows into the weight correctly would be for him to take massive amounts of PEDs. And I don't really believe that Canelo is going to allow him to take all those PEDs, HGH and all that, right? It's just not going to happen. I think what we see right now is is an optical illusion. We're seeing a Terence Crawford that in many ways is just a big bloated guy. And he's going to stay that way, but as he works his way through the camp, he's going to lean out. And when he comes to the ring, he's going to look like a 154-pounder at best, at the best. He might actually look like a soft 154-pounder. He might look like the Madrimov Crawford, maybe, but with more weight on him. And by that, I mean possibly more fat. If he's lucky, a little more muscle, but would that muscle help him? It might actually slow him down. It might actually tighten him up a little bit and make him that much slower, right? All right, so here's the advertisement for the fight. It's coming up. Obviously, you guys know about it. It's coming up September 13th, which is an interesting number. You know, when you kind of add the numbers together, you get a 1313, which has it's got a powerful meaning in numerology. So you guys want to go look that up. I'm not going to do that right now, but yeah, we've watched the press conference. There it is, Terrence Crawford with the AI body. If you want, we'll go and we'll look at a couple more details before I get out of here. But there it is, Terrence Crawford. You guys excited for this? You excited for this crap? I mean, not crap. This ain't crap. This is amazing, right? This is the fight of the century. This is look, once in a lifetime. This is a once in a lifetime fight, people. You're not fucking understand that. I mean, you don't. I mean, look, there's children watching us. Do you not understand that? Do you? All right. All right, Sergeant says, look the same size. Yes, like I said, it's an optical illusion. It's an optical illusion. Crawford's actually mostly fat right now, from what I see. Looks like a fat guy. Chubby. Got some chub on him. That's why he's wearing the Cash Money Millionaires outfit. Face is chubby, got a beard over that. They got to do it all. You know, that's how people, they got to build the fight. Not to say that he's microscopic, but look, you got to look at Canelo's not a giant 168-pounder, right? He's not a huge guy. He's kind of, I've been saying a million times, he's kind of a big guy squeezed into a small frame. All right? Crawford's a small guy squeezing into a big frame. That's why that's why he's all fat like that. The dude's 5'8". He's almost 40. He was fighting at 147 pounds just a few months ago, right? He's a small guy squeezed into a big frame. That's the difference. And that's a very big difference when you get into an athletic competition and it's a fight. You got to keep in mind this guy's not accustomed to even carrying around a body that big. So what happens when Canelo flicks out his lead hand, right? Flicks out that left hand and a boom, straight right hand to the body from a bigger man. There's some highlights, people, from that Scold fight where Canelo hits this guy. Canelo hits Scold with some body shots that you could hear the thump on it. It's like, boom! It's like he hit him in the fucking belly with a fastball. Is Crawford going to be able to take that shit? Also, Canelo likes to do some kind of dirty shit. You know, he'll kind of break your hips out. So look, Canelo learned this. He used this in the Lara fight, right? He's used this on all of the runners. I bet you if you look through later in his career after Floyd, you watch when he fights runners, he punches their hips out. So everyone's saying, Crawford's going to go run around the ring. He's going to be slippery. He's Floyd. Well, keep in mind, he's never been like that. He's never been very fleet-footed. But if Canelo sees he's being fleet-footed, guess what? Hip punch, hip punch, hip punch. I know these big-ass, hard hip punches. This dude's going to be like an old lady. He's like, I've fallen and I can't get up. My hip hurts. All right, his hips are going to hurt. He's going to have a hard time moving around that ring. Then he's going to actually have to stand there and trade with this fucking guy. Right? It ain't good. It ain't good. It ain't good. It ain't looking too good for him. All right, so Mars in the comments says the Vegas press conference will be interesting. Canelo whooping Crawford. That's Quentin. The fight is staged, or Bud is the weak. It's staged. All right, so we got multiple people saying it's staged. Canelo is weak. Okay? Crawford tried to grab his arm. What was he trying to do with his arm? He's like, let me hold your hand like Turkey. Is this why Turkey's crying? He's calling Canelo on the phone. What do you think? What's Canelo? What's happening? Crawford won't hold my hand. He hasn't held my hand in 2 weeks. 2 weeks. All right. Canelo got on heels. We read that already. No. Where's El Barbarino? Did she go to sleep? All right. Both divas. Yes, exactly. Skull Kid says both divas. Dana needs to sell the UFC. Well, I mean, Dana doesn't own the UFC. He's a president. Yes, he owns a part of the company, but he can't sell it. It's already been sold. It was sold to a company. The same company that owns TKO owns the UFC. Even Bomac looks scared, bro. It's true, he does. They were all laughing, and then they saw Canelo come out like, dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. You know what we should do? We should play a little bit of that clip, right? When we watch Canelo come up, it's like, dee, dee, dee. You got that fucking Terminator music. You know when the Terminator comes out of the flames? The first film when the truck crashes? That's what they saw. They were laughing. They're like, ha, 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 ha. We're getting in this dude's head. And then Canelo comes out. It's like, he comes out. There's no skin left. It's just like, it's just an exoskeleton. It's organic flesh over exoskeleton, mechanical exoskeleton. All right, let's hear this T2 music. Wait, definitely didn't type that right. 1 second, please. I'm doing it live, people. I'm doing it live. All right, let's see this. What the hell's going on here? This shit is muted. All right. All right, 1 second, please. Where the hell's this clip? 1 second, please, people. Okay. Yeah. That is not what I wanted to play.
Undisputed glory on the line.
That's a press conference from yesterday. These guys are looking at each other. Yesterday, somebody spoke about how Crawford's been targeted for termination. He's been targeted. He's like, after that push, Canelo's going all around the neighborhood. He's all like, he's knocking on doors. He's like, Terence Crawford? Yes. No. It's like, yeah, what up, nigga? That's Bomac comes to the door. He sticks that blade through his head, like his arm becomes a blade. Pew! Actually, he's Schwarzenegger. Okay, so he shoots him. He just shoots him. Sorry, no offense. No offense. Oh my God, are you kidding? Look at this comment over here. I gotta show this. I gotta show this. This over here. Canelo looked shook when Crawford moved him back before he pushed Crawford. No, what Canelo looked like was a guy who was like, "What the fuck are you doing? Get your big fat belly off of me." He was pushing him with his belly. He was like belly bumping his ass. He was like, he went to like Chuck E. Cheese's and one of those weird ass sumo wrestlers, sumo suit came up and was pushing him with his belly. He was just annoyed. And he pushed him and they made a big scene out of it. That was all. They didn't want Canelo to slap him in the face. Because that's what he would have done, right? And what's Crawford going to do to him? Crawford going to throw that overhand right. It's like, no, he isn't. He's going to get an overhand left to his face and get knocked the fuck out probably. He's going to get knocked out. That's what would have probably happened. You don't see the guy's not even close to fight shape. He's all fat, right? He looks bulked up. People, this fight, they're trying to build this shit up. It wouldn't shock me if the fucking guy has padding in his shoulders. I've seen a video of him recently, very recently, and he is not in very good shape. Okay? This guy Canelo's almost in fight shape, and look how big his fucking head is. His bones are bigger than Crawford's. Bomac's over here smiling. Yo, we know it. It's nice and cute right now, but when they get in the ring and this guy eats some of those hellacious punches, it's going to be a whole different story. I remember when this guy fought, I remember when Crawford fought Madrimov, and these people were in the crowd literally fucking crying. His family was crying when Madrimov was hitting him with shots. Like, Crawford was eating clean punches, people. All right? I'm going to turn off this Terminator music. He was eating some clean shots and everyone was crying. What's going to happen when this dude drops him on his face? Obviously, I think there's going to be a lot of nervousness, a lot of drama, and a lot of fear, and a lot of very nervous people who are very frightened. That's what makes me think that if this guy does take some big shots, I think Bomac will be the one to end this fight. It wouldn't even shock me if Crawford quits, because I don't think Crawford is he's not a very strong person psychologically. They may say, he's strong. He's strong when he's lifting up hairdressers, right? When he's lifting up random cameramen. But when he's in that ring with this guy and he's eating these big-ass straight right hands to the body, right straight down the middle, right into his face, right overhands, left hooks to the head, left hook to the body that's got him folding over, going, ooh, right? Like he's all like, oh, you can see the pain in his face. He's getting pushed around by punches. Like, look, you're saying that Canelo shook. I know you're trolling, but look, Canelo pushed this guy with a loose wrist, just pushes him like he's nothing. Just pushes him over. Crawford literally fell over from that little light push Canelo put on him. The guy's not too strong. This guy's a lot stronger than him, all right? He might actually be faster, even though he's at a higher weight. All right, so we're going to watch a little bit of Lizard Man, Showbiz. He's got some stuff to say about this press conference, which is kind of curious about what he has to say about it. But before we get to the lizard eyes, no offense, we're going to watch a little bit of a channel. I think I saw this video early on. Give me 1 second. Well, this is actually Lizard Biz. Give me 1 second. Damn, it's hot, man. This is so hot today. All right, so we're going to look at a channel called Blue Bloods. This guy had some interesting takes. Breaking news, Dana White and Canelo push Crawford. Canelo asked for small ring. Okay, so they really took that to heart. He was actually in some ways joking. Lazy and irresponsible breakdown Terrence Crawford. Legs are gone and too small. This is what I guess Shane Mosley said. Alert, no way Crawford beats me in scorecard in close. I don't know, I'm reading some titles here. This is the one I looked at earlier today. It's on a channel called Blue Blood Boxing. We're just going to look at a little bit of what he has to say. Like I said, this is sort of the around the web part of the show. We're going to look at some of what the opinions are of these much smaller channels. You know, I got to help these guys out every once in a while, right? 1 second, please.
Canelo, you are right now El Gran Campeón Mexico, right? Like, you are the guy.
Oh, my God. You are Gran Campeón of Mexico.
Good to see you. And Mexico has produced some of the greatest champions in boxing history, including Julio Cesar Chavez, Salvador Sanchez, and on and on. If you beat Terrence Crawford in this fight, or is it a...
Salvador Sanchez is the greatest Mexican fighter that ever fought. Period. Shout out to Julio Cesar Chavez and everybody else. Salvador Sanchez is the greatest.
On the line, the greatest champion in the history of Mexico? Is that on the line in this fight?
You know what? I don't know.
I don't. I like how this guy's just sitting in his fucking car. This is pathetic. The guy's just watching videos and responding to it. What a fucking joke. Remember to subscribe to the Real Food TV, the great channel on demand, people. It is pretty damn. It's all right. It's just the best. All right, so we got Thunderdome Boxing in the comments. He says Bud is gonna quit. He's weak to the body. I mean, he really is, right? He is. Maybe they'll punch Canelo in the cock and they'll say, he's weak to the body. That's what it is. Hey, Jim, he's weak to the body. That's what it was. You're going to have big Mac, little Bo Mac over here, and he's going to go and punch Canelo low. I don't think Canelo would stand for that. That's another thing I respect about Canelo. He doesn't like when guys get cheap, and he is willing to get dirty himself, and I like that. I think if a guy gets dirty, I would love for Crawford to get dirty because I think Canelo would get 100 times dirtier. He'd knock this dude's nuts into outer space. You guys ever seen Short Circuit? Right? He knocked the dude's nuts into there. Andre Ward's. It's relevant to what I just said. Yeah. Let's hear this guy.
Let's see when I retire where I'm gonna be in the list, but for sure I will beat Terrence Crawford no matter what. I don't look like I'm gonna be the greatest.
Ha ha ha! Steroid use promotes a big head. Yeah, we know that Canelo he had the Trenbuterol, but you got to admit Canelo's always had a giant big ass head. He always had a big ass head.
Mexican ever. I don't say that. I think my numbers is gonna talk when I retire.
For someone who hasn't been during that September weekend to Vegas for a Canelo fight, why should they come out for this one?
He's gonna be one of the greatest fighters ever.
Is this guy ever gonna respond on fucking anything? What the hell? We're gonna skip ahead to see what he has to say. We're gonna look at some of the comments because I think the comments is the best part.
To win in every way. Turkey, you need to put a small ring, the smaller ring in the.
Hey, Matt. Yeah. The only running that I'm gonna be doing is running upside his head, and I can assure you that. A big head too.
Lord have mercy, Bud about to do that boy in. What the hell does that even mean? He's about to do that boy in. Boo Bud walked that boy down. No, he pushed him with his big ass belly, and then the dude pushed him like he was a fucking little kid. Pushed him. He's like, get the fuck out of my way. And again, the reason why they stepped right in is because they know this guy is no nonsense. He would have had no problem punching Bud's teeth out of his mouth. And if Bomac would have stepped in, he probably would have tried to knock him out too. This guy's a no-nonsense kind of guy. He really is. Even though, again, I'm not a big fan of his double standards. I remember in the Caleb Plant, before the Caleb Plant fight, they had that build-up, and he smacked Caleb Plant in the face, and he says, oh, don't call me a motherfucker, right? Because I think he kind of knew he could bully him around. I think he probably feels the same way with Crawford, but he is in some ways, he's kind of respectful to the guy. Not some ways, he's completely respectful. He's not hitting him. He does son him a little bit, the kind of way how he says, don't run around the ring, Crawford. Don't run. Turkey, give me a smaller ring. Basically saying, I know this guy's going to fucking run. I know it, right? This guy says it's the Crawford era. How is the Crawford era when this fucking guy's almost 40? His era never came, really. Benavidez would have fought the fight Canelo wanted, but he didn't want that fight. I agree with that. Salute, brother Blue. We here and we support you 1,000%. What? Support what? Him sitting in a fucking car? Bro, we support you sitting in a car. All right. Let's watch this guy sit in a car a little bit more.
What's good, YouTube? It's your boy, Blue Blood Sports TV, and I'm back at y'all with another one. I can't wait. September 13th, Las Vegas, Nevada. Allegiant Stadium, Las Vegas Raiders Stadium. 2 first ballot Hall of Famers once they retire. Undefeated 4-division world champion, 2-division undisputed world champion.
Why is it that people waste their time with this? Like, I've seen some of this guy, like little clips of his videos. He'll always go on and on and on. He'll say the name, the fucking ring name and everything. The Dynamite Kid, blah, blah, blah. And it just goes on and on. Like 90% of what he's saying is like these stupid buildups. Bro, you're not the ring announcer. Okay? You're not Michael Buffer or whatever the fuck his name is. You're not calling the fighters to the ring. Just get into it.
Bud Crawford, who has 41 wins, no loss, no draw, 31 wins.
Bud Crawford ain't got 41 wins and 41 losses, and he's gay.
Way a knockout. You got 4-division world champion, 2-time undisputed super middleweight, and reigning undisputed super middleweight world champion, Saul Canelo Alvarez, who's the cash cow and face of the sport of boxing. So you got the pound for pound #1 fighter in Terrence Crawford. You got the cash cow and the moneymaker and what it seemed to be the face of the sport of boxing.
I like how he says seems to be. Right? No, not seems to be, bro. This guy is the biggest star in boxing. We don't have to say the face of boxing. I think it's stupid. But a lot of times when people bring up the word boxing, the sport of boxing for now, this era, most people would bring him up in the discussion. Crawford really is not a household name.
63 win, 2 loss, 2 draw, 39 win by way of knockout. Saul Canelo Alvarez. Viva Mexico! In the building, right? They're going to face off. And they held the second press conference today. I missed it. Had to do some things. But anyway, with that said, did y'all hear Canelo Alvarez just ask His Excellency Turki Al-Sheikh to make the ring small so Terrence Crawford can't move around the ring? Right?
He said that because he's just making a joke because he knows they were asked about him running away. This is what what's his name said. Max Kellerman said that, well, you're gonna move around the ring. Like, look, they keep bringing up Floyd, right? This is what they're saying. This is how he's gonna beat him, supposedly, right? This is their game plan. And what did Floyd do? He runs around the ring. He darts all over the place, lands a punch or two, and then he runs around some more. right?
Right.
All right, we're going to commercial. So we watch this guy sit in the fucking car for like 10 minutes straight, and then we have a commercial after he says 4 words. Right, where the fuck is the audio? Okay, I muted it by accident.
Experience all the accomplishments Canelo Alvarez has. He still has no idea how to cut the ring off. He still...
Which what I would call absolute bullshit. You got wishful thinking over here, people. You got wishful thinking. I'll tell you this: if I had to throw a bunch of punches, try to knock out some giant motherfucker, try to knock him out, or I can feint him and have this dumb fuck run around the ring the entire time. I think a large portion of that fight, I'd welcome that. Let him run around. He's losing all the rounds. So look, if Crawford wants to run around the ring like a piece of trash, then he's gonna lose. He's going to lose. But who knows? Maybe they'll rob Canelo because, the name of the game is to build a controversy, and then they have their rematch. Maybe this guy wiggles out Crawford. He says, nah, I'm retired. And then that's it, right?
Still does not...
It's very doubtful that this guy would be able to run around the whole fight. I've talked about it in some other videos. It's very, very doubtful that Crawford's going to be able to carry around that heavy body. In order for him to run around that ring the way he did in the Madrimov fight, he would have to come in lighter, even lighter. Right? And you got to keep in mind, Madrimov was still catching this guy. And Madrimov was also not even, he doesn't have very good feet. He's got a very good agility, Madrimov. He's good at bouncing around. But he doesn't cut the ring off, possibly doesn't cut it off even as well as Canelo does. Like I said, Canelo, he didn't have much pep in his step in the Skull fight. And I think that was completely intentional. He chose not to leap in, right? To leap in and catch him with shots. Either way, he won. In my book, Canelo won basically every single round in that fight. I think at the most, I gave Skull 2 rounds.
Know how to cut the ring off. For one, because...
Again, this idea that this guy doesn't know how to cut the ring off is absolutely fucking retarded. Yes, he knows how to cut the fucking ring off, okay? You remember he fought Lara? He had Lara running for his life. I thought Lara did very well. I think if he would have thrown more punches, he probably could have actually won the fight, I thought. I got to go score it again, but I thought Lara basically threw the fight away because he stopped throwing punches. All right, but he cut a guy off like that. Lara has much faster feet than Terrence Crawford. Okay, much faster feet. These guys are just creating these stupid narratives like he can't cut the ring off. So what Bud's gonna do? He's gonna run around all day long like a fucking bum, right?
Because he has physical limitations, his athletic ability, his feet are not quick enough to cut the ring off against
people. You don't need super fast feet in order to cut the ring off. Ask Triple G about that.
Specific guys of a certain high caliber. Now, he can do it against Caleb Plant, Billy Joe Saunders, because they lack stamina, conditioning.
Fun fact, Caleb Plant has better footwork than Crawford.
And ring IQ that the greats have. No disrespect to Caleb Plant and Billy Joe Saunders.
Well, I mean, he could cut the ring off versus a guy that's got better footwork than Terrence Crawford, but he can't cut the ring off versus Terrence Crawford. That just makes sense.
But when you're dealing with great fighters who are Hall of Famers, like Dimitri Bivol,
like guys that are Hall of Famers, guys like Dimitri Bivol, who really hasn't beat many great fighters, but he can't cut the ring off. Dude, are you an idiot? He actually did cut the ring off on Bivol. He had the guy up on the ropes multiple times in the fight. He just couldn't crack an egg versus him because he's not a huge puncher. Now, if he was a big puncher, it might have been a different story, right? He would have to be an enormous puncher, right, to hurt or knock out a guy like Bivol. But he was fighting in a stupid style versus a very big man, He's coming over here fighting a guy who's, a much bigger man who's very fleet-footed for such a large man. He wasn't built to beat a guy like that. But Crawford ain't no Bivol, okay? He's just not.
Bivol, Floyd Mayweather, Erislandy Lara.
Why would you bring up Lara when Canelo won that fucking fight, right? I mean, yeah, close fight, but let's keep it real. Crawford never been better than Lara. Put Paul Williams in the ring with Crawford. The Paul Williams that Lara fought. See if Crawford could survive that fight. I put money. Paul Williams beats that guy into the fucking dirt.
Erislandy Lara, he can't cut the ring off, right? Why? Because not only do they move around the ring,
the guy literally broke Lara's face. You saw he hit him with an uppercut. He broke this guy's face. How did he do that if he can't find his target, right? And yeah, he was hitting him with a lot of hit punches, but he was hitting the guy, right? He hit him a good amount of times. Even if you believe Canelo lost the fight, you got to admit the fight was pretty damn close. Okay, now do you think Crawford's going to be able to take the kind of shots that Lara took? Also, this is a bigger Canelo. He's a bigger Canelo than the one that Lara fought, right?
Educatedly, but they do so and not out of position to counterpunch him. So they're always in range to counterpunch him, which renders him inactive. He's not active.
So what he thinks is going to happen is he thinks that Canelo's going to just walk into traps, right? He's just going to come and walk forward and get hit with, well, basically Crawford's going to run away, and then Canelo's just going to what? He's going to get blitzed, and then Crawford's going to run off again. Bro, I don't think so. Because even look, you're comparing Crawford to a big, heavy guy who's fleet-footed. That this guy ain't going to be able to like push Canelo over the way Bivol did. Bivol's like blitz and then push and then move a circle and then a punch again with long-ass arms, heavy body, pushing him all around all over the place, right? Also, that's a Canelo that's in a very similar situation to what Bud is in this fight, right? He's coming up in weight. He's heavier, right? Because I think that was his first real fight at that weight. That's how I feel like. That people say Kovalev, but that fight to me looked like suspect. That looked like a damn sparring session. The Bivol fight, Canelo was bigger. He was heavier, I think. He had put on a little more weight. And it showed in the fight. He was sluggish. He was very slow. He had no pop on his shots. He looked like trash. It ain't going to be the same at 168.
He can't let his
Not for Bivol, because I picked Bivol to beat Canelo even at 168. Depending on what condition Bivol's in. If he comes in healthy, you know. Crawford, fighting a much bigger, heavier guy. I feel like Canelo would just throw any punch that's going to knock this guy over.
Then he starts thinking too much. You can see it in the William Skull fight. And William Skull is nowhere near on their level. But William Skull is moving around the ring.
I guess what he's saying here is that why Crawford's going to beat Canelo, right?
And when Canelo did stop him and go to let his hands go, William Skull countered him.
And what the hell did he counter him with? The badoink? Badoink!
That made Canelo Alvarez hesitant to let his hands go because he was getting countered. He's not a bull in the china shop. He's not an aggressive come forward. He's a strategic boxer puncher. That's what Canelo Alvarez is.
Which makes him even more dangerous. What he does is similar to what you saw Manny Pacquiao do to Floyd Mayweather. He'll press you back. He's got you in position. You're up on the ropes. Now he'll wait for you to make a move. The only problem is a lot of these motherfuckers don't make a move. They just throw a little badoink, and then they circle out the side door when he's got him trapped. And then they start running again. All right? Now if Crawford comes in, and he wants to try to hit him with something real, that's what Canelo wants. That's why he's trapped him up on the ropes. He's waiting for him to actually let his hands go and do something. And this is where the counterpunch comes, right? So he's actually in a lot of ways more dangerous. But if he wants to be a little more aggressive, he feels like they're going to railroad his ass. He'll come forward and he'll start landing those hit punches, overhands, through the middle. This guy, what they'll never talk about is how leaky Terrence Crawford's guard is. It's very leaky. Right? Also, you got to keep in mind, once again, William Skull is a big, strong guy. Big, strong guy. He's able to catch these shots on his arm the same way Lara can. Or not Lara, Bivol, right? He can catch Canelo shots on the arms. He's very good at tucking high guard to not allow these hooks to wrap around, right? Terrence Crawford's going to be taking these shits on his arms by a much heavier guy, a guy that is not accustomed to being hit by a guy this big, right? It's the same way Canelo was not used to being hit by a guy that big. Well, even Bivol kind of peppered him, but still, these are heavy blows. So we're going to see how well Crawford can stand up to this. But once again, Crawford is a guy that has a very leaky high guard. So this guy, whatever, Blue Blood, he should talk about how he's going to deal with that leaky guard. When these left hooks slip around that guard or right hooks through that guard, how Crawford going to take those shots?
Who has a high ring IQ, and he bends at the waist, and he's slick, and he has fast hands and combinations and a high ring IQ. But he lacks the physical ability to cut the ring off, and then he can't walk and chew bubblegum. Essentially is what I'm telling y'all. He struggles to walk and chew bubblegum, right?
1 second.
He needs you to cooperate with him.
All right, people. Sorry, give me 1 second. We're gonna do right now. I'm doing it live, right? We're gonna look at like a couple of some highlights from the Lara versus Canelo fight. All right. I haven't seen the fight in years, but this is what they keep bringing up. Even though it is a stupid example, because you got to keep in mind, This fight is old. That's a much older Canelo. I mean, much younger Canelo. Right? And that's at a lower weight. Crawford's coming up in weight. He's heavier. How do you expect this guy to do something he's never done? He's never been a very good runner. We saw this in the Madrimov fight where Madrimov had the guy on the back foot. I keep repeating this. He had him on the fucking back foot. That's a smaller man, Madrimov. Smaller than Canelo, right? Let's see this. So we're going to skip around a little bit, even though this is kind of a stupid thing to look at. I mean, this is a smaller version of Canelo, too. I mean, look how much bigger Canelo is now. I mean... All right, so you see Lara. Guess what? Canelo's done. He's trapped him. He's trapped him. And Canelo is stepping in with this right hand. You want to know why? What he's doing? He's timing him. As he circles left, Canelo's going to shoot this right hand. This is what it looks like to me. Let's see this. Boom. He's timing it. He shot that punch where he's going to be, right? He's not shooting at where he was. He's shooting at where he's going to be. Now, it didn't get through, but that's intelligent. He's cutting him off with a punch. You could cut a guy off with more than just footwork, people. These guys make it like, oh, he's going to cut him off. And what? He's going to hold him in place? You know that's illegal, right? Remember when Maidana did that, Floyd? But I think that's really in the real new world of boxing. They really need to, this is why they need to outlaw this kind of shit where these guys just run and run and run. Because it's not even legal in the sport to like hold a guy in position. Because look, if he doesn't want to fucking fight, what am I supposed to do? Grab him and put him somewhere so I can hit him? It's like, bro, you got to stand and fucking fight. You can't just run and run and run. You move for a second in order to get a guy out of position, then you hit him, and then you move a tiny bit, and then you hit him again. You don't just run 1 minute long and then doink and then run again. Like, come on, that's a fucking joke. So we're going to see right now, we're going to look at how Canelo's is complete garbage. He's never been good, and he can't cut off the ring or do anything, right? He's just absolute garbage. He's fighting a guy here that's nowhere near the level of a Terence Crawford who beats washed up aged fighters who are about to retire. Lara throws a little touch jab. Canelo takes it on the gloves. Now Lara's back is up on the fucking ropes. There he goes. He's cutting off to the left. Canelo cut him off. He cut off. He's right in front of him. Lara pushes him, which he's not supposed to do, and he's getting a warning. Canelo has his ass up on the ropes again, which is a form of control. He's circling out the side door. That's cool, bro, but he's losing the round. I mean, from what we've seen so far in these highlights, I would say he's losing. He's got him again. There's a short left hook to the body. He lands it. Lara's getting tangled up in Canelo's legs, it looks like. Circling to the right. Canelo, once again, he likes to shoot in off of his lead jab. The jab is more, it's a setup. Then he comes in with the big right hand. It's either to the. It's a very tricky the way he does it. It's a lot of times you don't even know where the shot's coming. You don't know if it's going to the body, to the head. It's one of his best skills, the way he uses that. It can be risky because Crawford times it. He might try to shoot with him, but that is a very dangerous game to play. To try to hit this guy while he's throwing, because he puts a lot into these shots. He puts a lot of his weight into this. The way he steps into it. He steps in hard, right hand to the body, right? Steps in with it. Boom. And now he's circling out, but he still ate a punch, right? Nice trash. Boom, jumping a jab. The guy's he's on his fucking bike, you know? Dude, let's see this. A lot of these guys, they like to say this shit, but let's say that was Floyd in there fighting Lara. Do you think Floyd could have done better, bro? Blue Bloods? Do you think Floyd could have done better on the forward foot than this guy does? Because I know that this guy actually can fight both on the back foot and coming forward. You see, Lara's got some good, nice, long punches. Nothing really landing. It's a flick jab. Nice left hand goes through the middle. Crawford does not possess this kind of nice, smooth, accurate, very clean, technical punching. His punching to me has always been kind of shit. He's a strong puncher when who knows what's going on with his gloves. He ain't going to wear nothing weird in this. I don't think he's going to have those gloves in this fight. Looks like he's off balance, but still, he's got him trapped up on the ropes again. Look, if the guy has no ability to cut you off, then how is it that this guy's back is up on these fucking ropes all the time? So you see Lara circles to the left, right? Because look, what these guys don't understand is sometimes you cut a guy off with a punch. So Canelo's threatening a left hook, and so Lara circles. He circles to his left, right? Because he's thinking about circling out the right. Canelo's complete people. This is what you don't understand. This is so much control here. It's insane. He's gonna go and feint to the left, right? Or he's gonna throw his left. Now Lara shoots to his left. If Canelo was maybe a little slow on the draw, he should have tried to hit him with the right. But still, he's controlling him. The guy only has one exit here. He circled to the right. Here's a right through the middle. Got the guy's asses up on the ropes again. People, if a guy cannot cut off that ring, if a fighter cannot cut off the ring, then you're never going to be sitting up on the fucking ropes. It's not going to happen. Obviously, there's a form of control happening here, and by that form is that this guy's coming forward, and he's not allowing this guy to escape out the sides, and he's got his back up on the ropes. There's a nice left hand. But they'll look at this and say, well, that's what Bud's going to do. Yeah, okay. Bud was never better than this guy. Also, this is a prime Lara. Bud's not even in his prime anymore. There's a body shot. Lara throws a lot of shit, and it's mostly all blocked. There you go. Either way, people, you see it. This guy's getting his back up on these fucking ropes over and over and over again. That is control. That is being able to actually be on the forward foot. And you see it. He's trapping this guy up. Lara has a nice, tight, high guard. He's able to catch a lot of these on the arm. And again, this is a younger, lighter Canelo. Smaller man. Nowadays, he's throwing heavy punches. Canelo, now, one of the things he likes to do is hit you on your arms. What's that going to do to this guy who's coming in heavier, right? And now he's getting his arms punched out by this heavier, stronger man. What do you think that's going to do to Bud Crawford's arms? Because even if he's able to catch these shots, he's still eating them on his arms.
And or fade in the second half of fights. And he knows, as you heard him say, I'll try to do my best. If Terence Crawford runs, I'll try to do my best. Listen. Listen.
I'm gonna prepare myself for every style he brings. I hope he brings a good style to make a good fight for the people. That's what I want. If not, I'm gonna do my best to win in every way.
If not, I'm gonna do my best to win in every way. Right? Because he understands. He knows.
What he understands is this. I've never watched this whole video. I watched a tiny bit of it earlier. What he understands is that the motherfucker might fight in the most boring way possible, and he may actually run away the entire fight. Right? That's what he's saying. He thinks he's going to run away. And so he says, I will fight my best. What he means by that is that he's going to do his best to catch the guy and possibly knock him out. Because this guy, Canelo, even he's all business people. So if they're going to offer him and give him another maybe mil, 2 mil, a couple more mil, he for sure is going to be looking to knock this guy out. And that's the intention, right? If the guy's running all over the place, I think he'll pace himself correctly and come to hurt him, to bring the action.
Knows that he can't cut the ring off. So he knows.
You just saw it, people. He had Lara trapped up on the ropes. Clear evidence that the guy can cut the ring off. He had the guy trapped. What is he supposed to do, bro? Grab him with his hands and hold him there? He can only do what's there, what's offered. If he's got him for that moment, he has the exchange and then he moves on. Now, Lara's getting trapped up on the ropes. Even if he's blocking those punches, do you still have a level of control there where Canelo's trapped him on the ropes? And so he was able to get off his punches, and then Lara ran away. He still got put into a bad position. Even if it didn't land, the man who was winning, maybe the exchange wasn't won, but the fact he put him in such a bad position gives him the benefit going, in the scoring of that round. Goes, oh, not landed. It's like, shut up.
Terence Crawford, it's a choice for Terence Crawford. It's not a choice for Canelo Alvarez. For Terence Crawford, it's a choice. If he chooses to fight this way, it's an option. It's not an option for Canelo Alvarez.
Okay, so it's not an option for Canelo to literally walk backwards and just wait for this fucking idiot to come in. He could do that. He did it with Triple G. Right? He was able to take steps back. What, he don't have an option? It's not an option with Canelo. It's not an option. Terence Crawford could do it all. He could press Canelo back. That's just another option he got. It's like, no, it's not. It's a lot like the Better Biev Bivol fight, right? Where Better Biev had to chase this motherfucker all over the ring. And yes, That's Bivol. He's very good at blitzing and kind of like just coming in, ambushing your ass and just hitting you with blitzes, you know, Amir Khan style in a way. Obviously, Bivol's better than Amir Khan, but it's similar to that. But Crawford doesn't possess that, and there are many different physical factors here that will not allow Crawford to do that, to be that. He could do it in spots. I've seen him throw kind of like a blitz. But I think Canelo's going to be hoping for that. He'd be happy with that. You don't throw the blitz. I'll eat some of your little punches, and I'll counter your ass and knock you on your ass.
Has no choice. You understand? Terrence Crawford can move around the ring and box if he wants to. But Terrence Crawford...
Yeah, just like he did with Madrimov, right? He boxed, and I thought he lost the fight.
In the pocket and counterpunch.
Look, this guy thinks he's going to stand in the pocket and fucking counterpunch. Look, how many crack rocks are you smoking, George Floyd? I'm just saying it because, look, he looks sort of like George Floyd there. He's just going to stand in the pocket and counterpunch. Okay. Right. Yes, that's what he'll do.
He wants to. And he could be aggressive if he wants to. He could fight inside, mid-range, or on the outside if he chooses. Canelo doesn't have that option. It's not an option for him. So he's trying to convince Terrence Crawford to fight where it would be conducive for him. And
all right, people, we're going to see what we can get away when it comes to the highlights of this William Skull fight, because this was Canelo's last fight. We don't really need to get too much into the Crawford fight. We saw it. He fought like trash. He looked like absolute fucking garbage versus a guy who has 10 fights. I mean, William Skull, I didn't think he was very good, but at least Skull has many pro fights, right? He has, I think he has over 20. All right, so we're going to watch this, a little bit of this, highlights of the fight. Hopefully they don't pull the video. If they do, whatever.
Fight Night on DAZN, brought to you by That Prize.
We're going to shoot ahead a little bit before we get into this video breakdown. Remember to subscribe to The Real Food TV, the greatest channel known to man, okay? Let's get into the most amazing fight of the year. Anybody that got in here last minute, remember, you're watching the live breakdown of, well, the press conference that happened today in New York. Terrence Crawford versus Canelo Alvarez. The cherry pick of the decade got over here. Turkey Yalla Chicken setting up a fake super fight between a amazing super cherry picker versus a guy who's a fairly good fighter, one of the best of this era, truly. Had some suspect fights, but you can see the talent at times. His shades of just a very good fighter, you know. We're gonna see it. We're gonna see it. It's going down September 13th. We're gonna watch some of these highlights, and we're gonna go and we're gonna look at this, and we're gonna say, can Canelo cut off the ring? Was it intentional that he let this guy run away? Who knows? Let's see a little bit of this.
And reach edge for William Skull, but Canelo says, I've made a living out of chewing guys like this up and spitting them out. It's time.
All right. So here comes the runner, who's way, way bigger than Terrence Crawford. All right.
Check yourself at all times. Shake hands, boys.
All right. Skull's back is almost touching the fucking ropes. Not a good sign. Not a good thing. I don't think so. The guys, look, one of the ways of measuring who is the ring general is who takes the center of the ring. Now, who's got the center of the ring here? It ain't William Skull.
Mostly respectful in the build-up to this fight.
Okay, there you go. The feints. This is what Canelo likes to do. He sets a feint this left hand. He sets everything up with feints, pretty much.
Did give a little trash talk saying he was going to eat Canelo out.
Comes in a big overhand. Yep, the guy circles out the left. That's good. But the one guy had some level of control. He had him cut him off. What did they expect the guy to do, right? Like I said, these guys go and they praise Floyd Mayweather all fucking day. But let's see Floyd fight a runner like this. Let's see how well he would have done. I'll tell you what would have happened. He would have got his ass whooped because he is not capable of catching runners either. Most fighters have issues catching these fucking guys that are defense first, run first. This is why they need to not cater the sport to allow these guys to do this anymore. You do this, you lose. You lose and you get cut from the promotion. There you go. Because there's no other promotion that's giving you these big ass bonuses, right?
Canelo responded. The only thing he's going to
All right, so he's running around the ring. I'm going to guess guys like Blue Bloods and whoever else, Dante's Boxing Nation, whatever Floyd Mayweather fanboys, probably jumping up and down when they see this stupid shit.
is my fist.
He throws a little jab. They probably said that landed. Obviously, it did not.
Well, School's got the size advantage for sure.
Yeah, but he's fighting squared up.
Oh, those body shots both landed. Guess what he did there? He cut him off. He's trapped. What did he expect him to do? Grab him? Fucking double, hit him, get him with the double underhooks? What is he supposed to do to keep the motherfucker there? He doesn't want to fight. He's thinking defense first, and he's thinking to get back on his bike. He can't cut the ring off. Then what the fuck is he doing here then? He's cut him off, Blue Bloods. He's cut him off. He's trapped. Now he could go right. He doesn't know which direction he's going to circle towards, right? He could do all kinds of stuff here. Who's the dominant fighter here? Who's the ring general? Again, it is not Skull. And now Skull circles away. Why? Because he does not want to engage. He wants to continue running. He's already cut him off with punches. He hit him twice.
Body squared up against the ropes.
Like, what did he expect the guy to fucking do? If the guy wants to keep running, then he's going to keep running.
You need to get in an angle for Canelo.
I think these guys just don't know the damn rules of the sport. Canelo's not supposed to grab this guy and fucking wrestle him. He's not supposed to grab him up.
That body. Then you can fight in and out instead of laterally.
All right, so these guys saying something. Once again, the man is on the fucking ropes. What do you call that? He's cut him off. His back is on the ropes. You think Skull wants to be on the ropes? Do you think that, Blue Bloods? Do you think he wants to be on the ropes? Now he comes in, he hits him with a right hand. That's cool because Canelo made the mistake of going back in a straight line. He should have circled left. He did a good job of covering that range there, Skull. But he didn't do it much in the fight. It gave the guy 2 rounds. Now he's bouncing around. He's bouncing left. He ate a left hook to the body. He's circling left. Do a lot of movement, showing him some looks. Canelo coming in with the tight high guard. Slip off the line. Hits him, not big punches. Hits him. Skull pushes, which is illegal. There's a left hook. It's kind of a slapping shot, but it did slip through. Canelo wants to turn that over a little, you got to turn it over right. But still, you're punching at a higher target, taller man. Terrence Crawford is not this tall, It's when you punch up, it's a little different. It's a little different when you're punching on a high target like that, right? Punching on a lower guy like a Crawford's going to be easy work for this guy. That technique on a guy that's equal size it's going to be fun. This guy's 2 shots, guys gets hits. I mean, what did they expect from this man? If the guy wants to move, he's going to fucking move. Just the simple fact that he's got his back on the ropes is showing that he's cutting him off. Down, look at that. 2 shots, he lands a little padoink, and he's out the door again. But still, he's still getting hit. He's getting trapped up. He ate a left hook to the body. He threw 2 shots. He missed both. He looks like Sideshow Bob over here. He's a big motherfucker. He ate a left hook there. He's eating stuff, and he's decided to get on his bike. This idea that this guy cannot cut off the ring is fucking retarded. Okay? That's like saying Triple G can't cut off the ring. Triple G cut off the ring versus everybody, right? But they were the ones who I'm saying, the reason I bring that up is because Triple G had slow feet, right? But he's still able to cut you off. The whole thing is about, are they going to stay there? That's the difference. Are they going to stay there? Some of the guys did, but most of them would circle out and run away again. But, it's just what the thing is that Triple G had so much power. They knew he hit you, he get to knock you all up. And so when he hits you, he stings you so bad when you get stuck up on that rope for 2 seconds that you're fucking out on your feet. And now he's going to finish your ass off. That's the difference. Canelo's not a gigantic puncher for this weight. He's never been the biggest puncher in the world. He's fighting a very big guy here. But you see, look at a dent in this fucking guy's nose. I mean, come on. He got hit with some stuff. And he ran like a coward the whole damn fight. These highlights do not show you a lot of the stuff that happened here. Like, Canelo hit this guy with some good body shots. And in no planet should this guy have been awarded a win. I've actually heard people say that Skull won this fight. Many people in the blue blood sector of the YouTube. They're saying, oh, Skull got that shit. It's like, bro, you like to watch big ass motherfuckers run around the ring and throw almost no punches? I mean, this fight in CompuBox said that this fight, they actually threw the lowest punches in the history of CompuBox. Right? In the last 40 years, they said the lowest amount of punches. And you could see that Canelo is extremely disappointed here. Right? He's disappointed. He's not, this guy's didn't want to fight the whole damn fight. All right. We're going to look at the comments 1 second. We're going to listen just a little more of this guy. I think the guy got cut off many times, right? I don't know what these guys expect to happen. It was the same in the Charlo fight. The guy's running all over the fucking ring. I mean, what else can you fucking do? If a guy doesn't want to stand and bang, what do? You fucking hold him and hit him with your free hand? I mean, actually, some referees will give you shit. They might even take points for that. You know that? 1 second, people. This Caleb Plant fight, not the greatest fight. Again, it's a slickster, big, gigantic guy. This dude is very, very big, you know? Crawford ain't this big. And he falls over. Weird, weird fight. Weird fight. We got Charlo over here. Eats overhand. Eats overhand. That's what I expect. I mean, look, this is a very big guy. I mean, we'd have to... This was a suspect thing because he puts his face basically into the shot. I thought that was weird. It's a big guy. But still, I mean, look, this guy Munguia to me is way more dangerous than Crawford will ever be. I think if Crawford was to come up and fight Munguia, I don't even think it would be a fight. I think Munguia would just absolutely destroy him. Okay? No, so that guy was on steroids. Well, Crawford has exploding gloves, so we'll call it even, right? Okay, so let's hear this guy just speak a little bit more. I'm going to be getting out of here soon, people. All right, let's hear this guy.
Terrence Crawford can cooperate for him.
Terrence Crawford never fought a fleet-footed fighter in his whole career. He never fought a guy anyone like Floyd Mayweather or anyone with real footwork. And everybody he fights is shot. But he could cut off the ring. But Canelo cannot. It's like, okay.
To have success.
Turkey, you need to put a small ring. The smaller ring in the...
Hey, Matt.
Put the smallest ring possible. And that's all I got for y'all. Terrence Crawford.
That's what he's doing. He's just kind of clowning him, right? All right, I got Boxing Magic in there. He says, Viva Canelo. He is most definitely not my boy. That's from El Barbarino. Canelo about to catch a body September 13th. Food TV, can you show Crawford versus Victor Postol next? Nah, show Crawford versus Madrimov. Crawford head bouncing around the whole night. Crawford ran from Victor Postol. Yeah, I mean, we could go over all of his fights, but I think they're going to try to pull the video. I could show you a little, but I think what's more meaningful would be the Madrimov fight, right? Because it was his last fight. But I think in a lot of ways, Madrimov can actually, foot-wise, he's faster than Canelo. But, I mean, he cut the ring off a bunch of times as well. The thing is that Crawford was running around the whole damn ring. And this is why Canelo's saying, get a smaller ring. Because he saw the Madrimov fight, He saw it, which I thought was funny because one of the people asked Crawford about what he thought of the Skull fight. And so Crawford comes on, he says no comment. That's kind of a backhanded way of trying to basically imply maybe he lost or he didn't look right or whatever, right? But they should have asked Canelo, what did you think of the Madrimov fight? Right? No one asked that. Hey, Canelo, what did you think of Crawford's last performance? I mean, that's an obvious question, right? Why isn't anybody asking? They've done 2 press conferences and no one's asked that question. Why is that? Because I think in a lot of ways, I don't think Canelo's super fast on his feet, right? But he definitely can press forward in a similar manner and a similar speed to Madrimov. Only difference is I think Canelo is way more dangerous. Because when he has Crawford up in those corners, Crawford has 2 exits, right? He has 2. Maybe he could try to shoot in like Floyd would, like a bum, jump in and grab him. But that's ain't the best thing because you're fighting a guy who's stronger than you, right? And they're like, oh, Crawford's strong. Look at the way Canelo pushed Crawford today. He pushed him like he was a child. He's pushed him over like he's nothing. And this is Crawford as heavy as he can be. Now, what happens when he comes in the ring and he's lighter? Because obviously he's going to lean out, right? He's going to cut down his weight. I don't know if you guys seen it. There's a recent interview with him. I'll show you right now. I'll show you this real quick. Crawford looking chubby. Yeah. All right, people, 1 second. We're going to look at this right now. This is Crawford.
Hey, I slapped Steven so hard.
I've showed this multiple times. This is a recent video. We're gonna zoom into this real quick and see what the date is on this.
And it's so many more. Like you got Sweet Pea, you got.
So this is from recent. I've shown it on the show before. I don't know if you guys saw it. Anybody's new over here? Look at this. Let's see this. This is a recent video.
I slapped Steven so hard. Yeah, that look real. They here to test me for steroids.
Okay, we got Crypto in the comments. He says that Madrimov did a lot of unnecessary movement and wasted his gas tank, and Crawford didn't do shit, really. Yeah, I agree. I think that's one of my issues with Madrimov is that he bounced. Well, Canelo at times does bounce into position as well. But Canelo I've seen lately is actually doing it less. He's actually just walking into position. He stays in his boxing stance a lot more. Madrimov, he bounces around a lot. And I like the parry technique. He's kind of ready. He loads that gun before he shoots in that right hand. Crawford was smart to see that. But the thing is that Canelo's a lot more nuanced than that, right? He comes in, he does a minor feint with his left hand. He's like, he'll do it to the body, do it to the head. You don't know where it's coming from. And a lot of times you actually don't even know if it's going to be a left hand or a right hand. He's very good at doing that. You don't know if it's a left hand, right hand, or a body shot or a head shot. It's freaky. If you really watch his fights, you'll see that these guys, the way Canelo feints you, you don't know if which hand you're getting hit with or where the punch is coming. He'll feint it up, down, all over the place. He's feinting it. He'll load up. One of the big tells he has of a right hand is when he shoots in that kind of flicking left hand. And then you know the big right's coming. But the problem is you don't know if it's going to the body or the head. It's a big problem. And so Crawford, that's why I think one of the reasons why a lot of guys don't punch with Canelo. One guy traded with him one time and did that. Well, two guys that I know of. Kirkland and Amir Khan. They traded with this shot and they ate it. Right? They ate this right hand because they punched with him. And so it is a dangerous game to play if you're not equipped to take those shots. And I don't think Crawford is a guy who could take these shots because he's a smaller guy, All right, so here you go. This is what Crawford looks like under that shirt. There you go. There's your magic, man. That's everyone's super beast. This is why I guess he's wearing those baggy shirts. This is a recent video, right? He's talking about how he's getting blood tested. All right, we're going to zoom into this a little bit. So we see this. There's the legs. He's in some shorts, undies sticking out. As always, you always got to have the undies sticking out, right? It's very fashionable, right? There he goes. This guy on the right side, you see here, people? This guy who gets hit with the fake slap. That guy there is actually a 168-pounder fighter. I forget his name, but he is a 168-pounder, a true 168-pounder. He is in the same weight class as Canelo. Now look at Crawford standing across from him. Now, does that guy look big to you? Really big? He's fat. He's got flab on his body, too. You think he's going to get in the ring versus Canelo looking like that? He's even got the same braided hair that he has in the press conferences, right? This is a recent video. This is what Crawford looks like under that shirt, under that big-ass shirt. This guy is not fight ready. As he goes through his training camp, most likely, he might put on possibly a minuscule amount of muscle. And maybe that might be kind of good for him, but this is already him overgrown because this is 54-pound Crawford, who was, outside of his normal, like 154. He might actually be too small for 154, even though he came in there and he's the 80 pounds or 180 something. I mean, look, he's out there eating fried chicken and fucking drinking Coca-Colas and eating tacos, eating who knows what. Now, he's not extremely out of shape compared to the general public probably, but he's not a naturally big guy. Like, look at him, right? Look at that. Is that a big, giant beast? This guy's going to crush Canelo. He's going to push him back and break his face. Give me, Crawford, give me a broken face. Give me blood. There you go. Crawford with his massive hands. I don't really actually think his hands are very big, actually. There's been a lot of speculation about his hands. Don't think they're that large. He hits this guy with this fake slap. All fingers, all fingers, no palm. You got to hit him with the palm strike, man. He pretends to be knocked out.
Let's go. 1, 2.
Yeah, you imagine. Do you know what's funny? That guy's you imagine that was real, because look, this guy's supposedly Terrence Crawford's friend. We're gonna knock your friend the fuck out and then say, yeah, my friend might be dead. Well, either way, I just wanted to show you that because the guy's not too big. He's not that big. Now, some people said they want to see Madrimov. We're going to watch some of the highlights of the Madrimov fight, all right? Now, I'm going to get out of here. It is very late. Been here for how long? An hour and 25 minutes. You guys, here's Blue Blood. He's going to send us out. We'll see just the end of this. This guy's amazing.
Crawford is going to win this fight. I promise you guys. And that's all I got for y'all. Follow me on Instagram at Blue
Crawford's going to win this fight. He's going to run like a bitch. And then Turkey's going to say, yo, you fucking lost in your cut.
This fight. I promise you guys. And that's all I for y'all. Terrence Crawford is going to win this fight. I promise you guys.
Well, he's gonna win this fight because Canelo can't cut off the ring, even though he cut the ring off versus Skull and Lara, right? And Caleb Plant and all these other guys, right? I mean, even Saunders was getting hit, right? Am I wrong? He was getting hit with shots. He was getting put up on the ropes. And he was getting hit with shit. I don't understand what people want from the guy to cut guys off. What are you supposed to do? Just get him up on the ropes and hit him with 1,000 punches? I mean, he could try it, but he's going to tire himself out. The guy, he's decided to move. Maybe he could cut to the side, keep trying to smother his work. He likes to step in with his stuff. You don't want to be right on top of you, right? He did that with John Ryder. I don't know. I think it is boring, but one of the reasons these fights are so boring is because these guys choose to not engage. And yes, he needs to cut these guys off more often with his punches, for sure. That'll help to cut them off. He's got to put a sting on them so then maybe their movement's a little disrupted, obviously. There's a lot of things he can do, but what's funny is that the shoe's never on the other foot. You never have to see these fighters like a Floyd or any of them kind of actually have to cut that ring off. Imagine if Floyd actually fought a boxer with footwork. Right, Manny Pacquiao was the closest thing, but that was an old Manny. Who beat Floyd? Floyd never fought a guy who's got footwork that's making him chase and who's catching him with shots as he comes in. You want to know why? Because he cherry-picked his whole damn career, that's why. Canelo actually fought guys who moved. Now, if this guy doesn't have the ability to cut off movers, then how's he beating these guys that move around a lot, right? These guys that don't want to engage many times. He's actually beat a couple of them. You tell me that, Blue Bloods. How did he beat Austin Trout? If he can't cut, he can't beat a guy who moves around a lot. How did he beat him? How did he beat Lara? Well, he didn't beat Lara. Well, we'll say that. Maybe we'll agree and say, yeah, he didn't beat him, maybe. But he definitely fucked him up with some good shots, didn't he? And he fought a fight so close that many people even that said that Lara won the fight, you could make the argument that it was incredibly close to the point that you don't know who won it. Now, that Lara guy is very fleet-footed, extremely fleet-footed. You're talking about a guy that might actually be faster than Floyd Mayweather. You know, he's got more length on Floyd as well. Terrence Crawford doesn't even have the same length as Lara. And also, you got to keep in mind, that was a prime Lara. This is an out-of-prime Terrence Crawford, who we've never known how good he is. And in my book, he's not very good. Because if you're going to have to punch Amir Khan with low blows to get a fake TKO win, you ain't that great. And there's many examples of why Terrence Crawford ain't that good. He's just a hyped up, okay fighter. That's the way I see it. Okay, we're going to watch just a little bit of this Madrimov fight because that is Terrence Crawford's last fight. Let's see this. Crawford versus Madrimov. We're going to look at a little bit of highlights. Hopefully they don't cut the video down. This is fair use. I'm going to see if I can hit my fair use button and see if hopefully that makes a difference, but I don't think it will. Anyway, anybody that's here live to witness this, you're seeing the live analysis, all right? Obviously. Let's see if my graphic is still working. Nope, it's not. That's awesome. I don't know where the hell it is. Let me see. I think maybe I moved it. Let's see if I can find this damn graphic. I have a copyright, whatever, people. I can't find it, okay? We're going to watch some of those highlights. It's Crawford versus Madrimov, the guy that had to chase this motherfucker the entire damn fight. Right. People making it like this guy didn't eat some hellacious shots in this fight. All right, we're going to cut past this stupid ad.
I gave you guys instructions.
Right. Did he hurt you? I remember when the ref said that in the fight. Crawford eats a shot, and the ref's like, did he hurt you? All right. Terrence Crawford, the greatest fighter that ever lived. Madrimov, last fight. Guy only had 10 fights going into this. Everybody said that Terrence Crawford was going to run him over, and that's not what happened.
Remind you, please listen and follow my requests at all times. Protect yourself at all times. Fight hard, fight clean. Good luck to both of you.
Boom! Right hand right to his fucking face. Look at his right hand right into this guy's face, right? We're going to go back. We're going to lower this music a little bit. Here we go. Boom! Right into the face, right through the middle there. Terrence Crawford circling off. Got knocked down. Got knocked off balance by a smaller man. What do you think's going to happen when Canelo's hitting this guy? Even when it's on his gloves, it's going to knock him out of position. He's going to be off balance. It's not a good thing when you're trying to land punches and the guy's knocking you out of position. There you go. Madrimov eats a decent lead uppercut, right? Nothing too big. Look at this guy when he circles off to the right. Both feet are together. What do you think's going to happen? Canelo catches him with something when he's doing that. That's bad footwork. Some people would say that this guy has very fleet foot. You never really saw Floyd do stuff like that. Circle like that with both his feet together like that. Doesn't happen. Now, it's good that he keeps his left hand up, but Terence Crawford in his position has nothing on any of his punches. There's no leverage on anything. Like, he could get nailed here very easily. He does it a lot, and notice when he circles off. He's also a sucker for a left hook. It's the lead hand. The fight versus Canelo Alvarez is going to be Terence Crawford's right hand versus Canelo's left hook for the most part, but which is a very dangerous fight, I'm telling you, because that's Canelo, one of Canelo's best punches is our left hand, left hook. He's got a decent uppercut as well. I mean, what is Terence Crawford doing here? Yeah, he's taking some. They're going to show the best moments of what Terence Crawford got. Again, he's eating another straight right hand through the middle. And yes, Madrimov is leaping in, so he can't do much off of that. You know, there he goes. He eats another right hand. Terence Crawford dancing around. Look at these feet. This guy's feet are very slow, Terence Crawford. These are not super fast feet. Very plodding. Look at the way he takes the step back, takes the lead foot, step back. It's all very slow. Yeah, the guy puts some more of a pace. And again, like was said in the comments section, Madrimov has a lot of wasted movement. It kind of slows down his ability to throw at the drop of a dime. He can't because his wasted movement. Nothing landing here from Terence Crawford. Madrimov landing this right hook, goes around the guard. It hits Terence Crawford, and it knocks Terence Crawford over. Again, this is a smaller man than Canelo Alvarez. Smaller, lighter man. And again, this is a guy who only has 10 pro fights. Terence Crawford landing nothing there. Nothing. Now, people think that landed. Those are illegal. Those are hip punches. They're hip punches. And he literally grabs this guy and pushes him over. Right? Referee should have called that, but no problem there. He calls Madrimov for his head being too close. Terence Crawford eats another straight right hand. Throwing multiple punches, nothing landing. Little jab slipping through the middle. Terence Crawford always with this high guard, but again, there's some big spots in this high guard here, people. He's always leaving an opening. This is another no-no with Canelo Alvarez. Terence Crawford tends to many times shoot in this overhand right. The lead overhand, right? He comes down with it. That shit comes almost down to his knee. You definitely don't want to do that when Canelo's right next to you. That's how you expose your chin. And again, these mistakes will cost Terence Crawford dearly, because he's getting hit by a bigger man, a very explosive man too. If Canelo can bring the left hook he brought to that Berlanga fight, this is very, very, very dangerous for Mr. Terence Crawford when he makes giant glaring mistakes like this. Comes in, he overcommits to this lead. Look, he's eating these right hands and slipping right through the middle. He sticks his tongue out, he eats another one. He's doing a little wiggle, shimmy, boom, he eats another right hand. And you see the setup here, right? This is the same setups that Canelo uses. But only difference is they're not as fast and they're not as powerful. You know, look what he does. He flicks out this lead hand in order to set up his right hand to the body. Boom, and he shoots it to the body and it lands perfect. Right? That's a big fucking gap there, people. You do not want to be squared up like this versus Canelo. Look, he's just this is a basic Canelo setup. So look at Crawford's face. Let's zoom into this. People saying this guy's not getting hit. Oh, he barely got hit. It's like, bro, he got hit. He got hit with more significant blows than Madrimov did. Okay, so we're going to do the free zoom. Look at the swelling in this guy's eye. On his right, what is that, his right eye? Look at that eye. That his face looks all fucked up. He's like, hey, guys. He's like the Goonies over here. He looks like a cockroach. I think Thunderdome said it once. Oh, well, he said it about Kendrick Lamar. Which this guy kind of looks like Kendrick Lamar. But you gotta be honest. This guy looks like a cockroach in a Raid commercial got sprayed. Raid! He got that weird fucked up swollen eye. It's like, again, this is a basic setup. You throw that kind of flick jab, you put almost nothing on it, and then you come with the right straight, either to the body or the head. In this case, Madrimov throws it to the body. Many times he threw it to the head. He mixed it up. He faked what was it, a jab, right? And then he throws this right hand to the body and he doesn't load up completely. Canelo would definitely load up big. I mean, this is not a good sign for Crawford. And look at the way Crawford covers up. I told you, this guy is a fucking sucker for feints. He just gambles. He doesn't know where the shot's coming. He just gambled and thought, wait, it's going to go to my head, right? So look, he completely covers his head, blinding himself, right? When Canelo sees, you got to keep in mind, people, again, Canelo's a guy he's had a lot of fights, all right? He's a veteran. When he sees a guy making a mistake like blocking like this, covering his own vision, he's probably gonna be like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to set him up and I'm going to wrap one of these big ass hooks around that guard. Because this guy literally is blinding himself. Watch this. Look how he blinds himself. Boom, right to the body. Maybe Canelo will fake it. Fake left hand. Little touch right to the body, comes to the head. Boom, left hand. Just comes around the guard because he knows this idiot is going to cover up his eyes. He's not going to be able to see what's coming in. He frames off. There's a jab. I mean, this guy's getting pieced up. Shoots around, steps in, left hook over the top, and it hits him. Guys, it looks like a minor clash of heads there. Madrimov, a lot of wasted movement. There's straight right, and then Madrimov. Canelo, obviously, he is not going to be doing any of this stuff. This is not the way Canelo moves. He's not going to throw a right hand right straight on this guy and then do a roll like that. It's a lot of movement. I don't know if it's even necessary. He's using a lot of movement here. Boom, right hand, he slips under the follow-up, right? Pushing in, left hand, doesn't look to really land. It lands on the chest. It looks like Terence Crawford, for the first time, you got to keep in mind, people, these are terrible highlights. This man was hit a lot in this fight, Terence Crawford. This is the very end of the fight. The very end. This punch here, what's really dirty about these guys that they don't use instant replay. I remember these punches very clearly. I scored this fight live. None of this stuff landed. Watch this. I'm going to show you right now if you guys don't know. 1 second. We're going to look at this punch here because people thought this guy's, he's rocking him. These last rounds, I think, were actually, I think I gave Crawford the 12th round, but I think I gave Madrimov the 11th. But these guys were counting everything that Crawford threw in this fight. Right? Everything he threw. Look at this uppercut. Look at the gloves of Madrimov. Now, it's cute that Crawford threw the punch, but boxing is scored on clean, effective punching. It's scored on punches that actually land. If a glove is caught on the glove, if a punch is caught on the glove, obviously it's not scored. Here's a guard right here. He closes it. He uses a cross guard. And when he comes down, he knows exactly what Crawford's going to do. And he closes the guard. Look at this. He doesn't even touch him with the punch. He didn't even touch him with it. He didn't touch him with anything there. He comes back with his right hand. The right hand looks like it landed a little bit. Again, remember I told you, Crawford becomes overzealous, especially when he's desperate. This is a no-no with Canelo Alvarez. You do not want to throw punches like this. You see that chin right there? You see this right here? Obviously. Good night, bro. Good night. He does this a lot. I've seen him do it many times. He'll throw a punch. I told you, the lead hand, and he comes out of position, and he lifts his chin up in the air. If Canelo could bait this out of this guy, good night. Good night. You never see Canelo he does throw punches out of position, but you'll never see him throw punches like this with his chin up in the air. This guy does this often. He's not fought a guy who's able to really make him pay for it. I guess maybe that's what it is. But he does do it. This guy is very easy to feint. He just eats up feints all day. This is round number 11. I gave Terence Crawford the 12th, I remember. I don't think I gave him this round. Let's just see the end of the stairs. You see this again. What you wonder why I didn't give him this round? The only guy landing clean punches is Madrimov. When you watch the fight, it's not Crawford. Look again, a minor feint. Look, people, this is the 11th round, and this guy's still being feinted out of position. Remember what I said earlier? He tends to cover up his guard, and he actually looks away. He'll tuck and look away. Like, look what he does. He got feinted into this position. Canelo, I should bring up my drawing pad, but look, if Canelo can feint this out of him, guess what's open? You see this body right here? If he can get this guy to do this, find out how to feint him into this position, there's the body right there. It's wide open. It's open every single time. He shoots in for this little tackle. Madrimov tries to nail him to the body. Right, here comes the overhand. He slipped away, turned away from it. That shot most likely hit him because he nodded his head no. He looks up at the clock. Now, look, again, if this guy's giving this guy the business like this where he's nervous, he's looking up at the clock like he's, it's a little hot in the kitchen there that he's looking up at the clock. This is a much smaller guy, this is a noob. Now, he has a decent amateur record, but come on. This is Crawford running away in the 12th round. I think I gave him this round. I'd have to go back and score it again. Maybe he didn't get it, but look, there he goes. He eats a jab. I mean, where's the magic, people? Where's the magic? There's another shot that hits Crawford, right hand. Crawford landing nothing. Back punches are not scored in boxing. Back shots are not scored in boxing. Look at him. Oh, and it's over. Wow, Crawford's so amazing. Madrimov probably, he got marks on his face, but who knows, headbutts. There was many things that happened. Crawford really didn't land many clean punches in this fight. Not in my book. But I mean, people that score some of this shit are like fanboys, and they're people that score shit that doesn't even land. They score like shots on like block stuff, you know? That's what happens a lot in this sport. It's a problem. All right, so there you go. All right, let's see how long we've been here. We got all kinds of dumb comments over. Maybe we'll read a couple more comments and get the F out of here, people. For anybody who's been here through the entire telecast, you guys, you can support the Real Food TV through our Venmo. It's in the chat. That would be nice if you guys did. That'd be nice. We're trying to build up this channel. If you want to support the channel in different ways, you just hit that like button. Tell your friends about the greatness of the Real Food TV. It's pretty damn good, people. Just so you guys know, we got a new episode of Food Gaming coming up soon. We're going to be playing live. We're going to be playing a game called Hatred. It's sort of weird. I was playing a little bit of it last night. It's sort of like a mass shooter simulator. That's what I'm going to call the video. It's pretty creepy. Just got to let you know before we play it on the channel. We're going to read some of the comments, and maybe we'll read some of these comments first. And we're going to be getting out of here soon. Virgil Ortiz did a much better job against Madrimov. This is what King KO says in the comments. Yes, I agree completely. I think Virgil Ortiz had this guy shook all night long, had him running all over. But the fight did get very good towards the end, and that's the reason for that is I think Madrimov knew he was way behind on the card, so he thought, bro, I got to pick this shit up. I'm getting fucking slaughtered in here, you know? I'm getting slaughtered. Look at that. Little Bomac. Little Bomac pushes Canelo with his newfound belly. He's not huge, you know, he's not gigantic. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but he is mostly fat. His gains are fat gains, you know? All right. Boxing Magic says that Crawford is going to learn. Canelo will end Crawford with the left hook or right uppercut. I could see any shot. I think the uppercut would be a big one. All right. El Barbarino says, great stream food. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Bob. You should be on one of these, Bob, one day. You don't have to stay in Zimbabwe your whole life, you know? You could always come over here and do the show. You know, you are part of the Real Food TV, Bob. This is the Bob phone. Okay. Crawford ducked Virgil for a reason. Yes. Greatest channel known to man. It is. Really effing is, people. It really is. And people, if you don't know, we have a show where we do live play-by-play of older fights. It's called Foo Boxing, I think Foo Sports Classics. Let's see this.
Johnson's legs is gone. He stands flat-footed.
All right, so we're going to be doing a rescoring of some of these older fights. The next one's probably going to end up being Marquez versus Manny Pacquiao 2. We did a rescore of the first fight. We thought Manny Pacquiao clearly won the fight. Guy was absolutely robbed. That should not have been looked at as a draw. That's bullshit. He dropped the guy 3 times, and then he won the majority of the rounds, okay? That's the way we saw it. That's the way we rescored it. Me and Bob did it a few months ago, all right? I watched Crawford versus Madrimov numerous times and scored it 8-5 for Madrimov every time. Yep, same thing, man. I saw Madrimov winning it. I think this guy gets special treatment. All right. To quote Fight Film, I watched some of his videos. He was saying this guy Crawford is, what do you call him? He called him privileged, right? He's got privilege, and I agree with that. A lot of us in the community have said it. I know Thunderdome said it. BDA, a lot of these channels have said it, bigger channels. You know, I'm trying to help these guys out. They're not as big as my channel, but I try to help from time to time, you know. We see it. We all see the privilege, you know, and that's what it is. Crawford got privilege. And that's the reason for that, most likely, is because they were always angling towards selling this guy's ass to a bigger name fighter, right? Build it up, because he's not worth much. And it's a great business strategy, because what you do is you take a fighter that is perceived as being this big hot shit, right? He's got some undisputed titles, right? He may not be the best ever. They kind of tried to, I mean, they did everything to try to build this guy up. He's just never been a star. And so what they do is they take this guy who's not worth that much. They build up the fight, right? Because again, he has the trinkets. So you build it up. And then when you're in the negotiations with him, you could say, hey, bro, you are not worth that much. And so we're not going to give you much. So it gives the perception that this is like the biggest fight ever. So you would expect Crawford to make this massive sum of money. But in reality, you would think he would have a massive sum of money. But in reality, it's an illusion. And the whole point is to build it up into this big spectacle or this big illusion. And then he makes a small amount and they just rake in way more money. Right? It's a good setup. It really is. And one of the reasons I think they really sold out Earl Spence is that Earl Spence was already long in the tooth. He was finished. The people behind the scenes knew that Earl Spence was done. So they had to sell his ass in order to make the paycheck off of this guy. I think that was the whole reason. Like, look, people, Earl Spence is done. We've seen this guy. I've seen him training for hitting pads in like 2 years. I've seen him hit pads like for a couple of minutes. It got to be close to 2 years since that fight. And now I saw him recently. He's all bloated up again. He's all fat. He went from kind of being in shape to being fat again. This guy's a finished fighter. And I said it in a couple of videos ago. There was rumors that Earl Spence was going to retire in 2019 after the 2 car accidents and the eye surgeries or whatever. The guy was supposedly in a coma for like 3 weeks. The dude was in the hospital for 3 fucking weeks. Okay? There was talks of retirement. So this guy couldn't have picked a better opportunity to fight Earl Spence. Crawford was going to fight Earl Spence. He should have been in the night that Sean Porter fought him. That's the time you fought. You should have fought. At the latest, that's the only time he could have fought him. That was the last time we saw whatever Earl Spence was as a fighter. That was the last bits of whatever prime he had, right? Okay, so we got a couple more comments over here. We got El Barbarino. Crawford, Doug, we read that. Great stream food. I've read that. Virgil, Canelo will end Crawford. Okay. Crawford is going to learn. Madrimov was never hurt in this fight. Dude got hit by a lot of right hands by Madrimov. Canelo era. I don't know, man. I think we're coming towards the end of the Canelo era. Dude's power didn't translate to 154. I mean, well, we saw that they found some interesting things going on with Crawford's gloves. So it's kind of an asterisk next to almost all this guy's knockouts. This guy, there should have been a criminal investigation. Because when he was in the ring with Avanesian, his gloves broke. They're telling him, bro, where are the other gloves? Because the rule in the sport is that if you have damaged gloves, you need to either replace them or it's a disqualification. It's not a no contest. It's a disqualification because it's your job to have that equipment. Now they go and they told this fucking guy, where are the gloves? And you want to know what's funny? What Crawford says is, no, they broke too. This is from his mouth. He said they broke too. All right. And what's funny is they came back to the ring at the end after he knocks out Madrimov with these suspect gloves, right? Not Madrimov. He knocked out, what the fuck is his name? Avanesian. You know, this guy who's not even a great fighter. He knocks out Avanesian, who he's struggling with in some ways, which is pretty comical and shows how great Bud is. That's probably the second most prime guy Bud ever fought, Avanesian. So he goes and he knocks this guy out with these suspect gloves. Look like he hit the guy with a fucking rock. Like the way you see this punch, this short shot he hits him with, just knocks him dead with this fucking shot. He's lying. They come to the ring after the knockout. You look on the ring side. Guess what? They got gloves there and they're wrapped in plastic. So why are you guys lying? You just lied to the commission. You told them they broke. What kind of sense is that? Look, the moment he said the gloves are broken, the ones in the back, the fight should have been ended right there on the spot. It should have been called by DQ, though your winner is Avanesian. Going by the rules of the sport, right? It's his job to fucking protect these gloves too. Like, what the fuck are you doing to these gloves? They're in his possession. If they break, they came out of a fucking brand new package. If they broke, it's your fault, right? That's what I would say. Now, you say, oh, it's 2 pairs. Maybe you could say it's a manufacturing error. But once again, he came into another fight and he said that he didn't say, it's on record that he had another pair of broken gloves, okay? But again, he's not going to be able to wear these weird suspect gloves in this Canelo fight. It's highly unlikely. But also, this guy's got a fucking blockhead. He's like Super Mario Brothers. You know those weird block things that squash Super Mario? That's Canelo right there. Blue balls a clown. Blue balls a capper. His friend took a dive. Dude, best weight is 147. Yeah, people. I would say, yeah, I guess Crawford's best weight probably would be 147. But even at 147, the guy didn't do that much. He really did it. He really effing didn't. That is the story of Terrence Crawford. Maybe there was some potential there, but he wasted away his years. Guys coming in fighting one time a fucking year. You know, as much as I don't like what Canelo does, he does try to bring the entertainment, even though some of the fights are suspect in my book. But I do see a lot of skill in that guy. I've seen it in the past, you know. Some suspect fights, but he has shown shades of a very good fighter. You know, this ain't an everyday kind of guy. You know, a regular guy doesn't go in there and fight the monster, right? Even though he's not prime Triple G, he still went in there versus the monster. That guy would have killed most of these dudes. You know, these guys of the world. You know, I've heard people say that Canelo's like, I've actually heard people say that Canelo's a 154 pounder. They still believe that. They think he's just fighting at a higher weight. If that's the case, do you think some of these 154 pounders could have gone and fought Triple G and fought him in the, you know, in the fashion that this guy did, where he at times stood there with him? You know, is Bud going to be able to stand there with a guy that can literally stand in front of one of the biggest punchers in middleweight history? Right? This guy went toe to toe with him. Like I've been saying to people, look, Canelo said it at the weigh-in. He said, I'm not at the weigh-in. He said it at the press conference. He said, because he hears what they're all saying. He said, I'm not just a big punch. He said, I can box. And so what's going to happen to Crawford when a slightly more slick Canelo comes out, right? A guy that stands in the pocket with him. Because look, if Crawford wants to stand in the pocket, what happens when Canelo starts slipping and shooting? What happens then? Have we ever seen Bud really slip the way this guy does, where he'll slip a left hand, right? Or slip a right hand and come back with a left hook, the way he did on Triple G? The way he's feinting him, and boom, here comes this ridiculously fast left hook. If he could do that, people, just once in this fight, all he needs is a handful of those moments in this fight to knock Crawford out. Just a handful of those moments, right? All right. Crawford gets to hold Turkey's hand. What is this face? They did dirty to Avanesian, yes. Between the tampered gloves and the Victor Conte snack link, Bud is a disgrace. Right? Okay. All right, with that said, people, I've been here for a little while now. We're going to be back real soon. I might be back tomorrow. I want to thank everybody that came in here and watched this presentation. This is Mac Attack, people. Crawford coming in with the belly attack. Mac's like, eat him, boy, eat him. Eat him. Can you save some for me? I'm hungry. All right, people. If you want to support The Real Food TV, remember to subscribe to The Real Food TV. Hit the like button. And if you want, really, another way to help it, you know, people, we got tax write-offs over here. You know how it is. Donating would be good. It would be, we kind of, you know, it would be good. Our Venmo's in the description. You know how it is, people. You know how it is in this world, in this life of sin. We try not to sin, you know? We try our best. 1 second. You guys got to know, there's no betas over here. There's no damn betas. None at all. We're not beta.
Yeah. Beta!
Wait, calm down. Calm down. We're not beta. 1 second, please. With that said, it's coming, people. It's coming real soon. We got that amazing Jake Paul fight. You guys excited for that? Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. I'm rooting for Chavez Jr., people. Let's hope that's a real fight. Hopefully Chavez ends Jake Paul. But that's kind of the way they suck us into these just shitty fights. I think Kid Austin's on the card. I'm actually kind of excited to see that fight. I think he's fighting... Who's he fighting, people? Is he fighting Farmer? I forgot who he's fighting. He's fighting somebody. I think it might be Farmer. If that's really happening, that might be a pretty cool fight. That'd be good to see. And I think there's a UFC event. We're going to go look that up real quick. I can tell you guys we're going to be getting out of here in a second. 1 second. We're going to look at UFC.com. Once again, this is another live stream. We're going to be doing another stream possibly after the next press conference for this big fight. This is being billed as the biggest fight of this year. All right. They said it's a once in a lifetime. That's some bullshit. This is not a once in a lifetime fight. This is maybe a once in a lifetime scam. This could be the comedy extravaganza of the year, people. All right. UFC this week. UFC set 317. We got Topuria versus Oliveira. That's a good one, people. That's one to look out for if you guys are into the UFC. All right. We got two fights on there. The guys at the main event could be a future title fight for the lightweight championship. The co-main event is a flyweight title bout that's on there. I'm gonna go. We got this crap MVP promotions fight. We got a decent UFC card. We got some decent fights this week. Hopefully it's good stuff. But again, with that said, people, I want to thank everybody who came in here. I really do appreciate it. No joke, people. No joke. We're trying to build this channel. Remember to subscribe to The Real Food TV if you're watching this after the live stream. Again, I want to thank all the people that came in here. 1 second. Okay, so we got the breeder over here. This guy breeds, people. This guy effing breeds. We got the breeder. We had Thunderdome Boxing in here. Always cool to see Thunderdome. We got Skull Kids. We thank Skull Kids. He's a regular. He comes in here live. Very, very nice. Very good of him. It's very cool. We got a lot of people came in here tonight. We got, Mars came in. The usual guys. And millions of more people. There's so many people in here. It's effing crazy. You see this? Look at it. It just keeps going and going and going. There's like millions. What the F? Facts, Skull. Dude! No joke. I know you guys talking about something. Fight Hub TV, more like Floyd Hub TV or Floyd Hype TV. Surprise, motherfuckers. All right, so we had a lot of people in here tonight. People, I want to thank Thunderdome and all the other people. We got Quentin in there. All kinds of people. We got El Barbarino. We got a lot of people in here. You want to know why? Because we're amazing. That's why. We're effing amazing. Door. Sorry. Wait, why does this guy blow up? Oh, there he goes. Now it worked. Damn it. You fucking terrorists, we're gonna get you. Oh my God, Iran's attacked. Sorry, hopefully that doesn't happen. Hopefully that's not predictive programming, right? Hopefully I'm not predicting the future. Let's not talk about depressing things like that. Let's just get the F out of here. Once again, everyone, have a good night. See you later.
But you walk away with a silver medal, which is an incredible accomplishment. Can you take any pride in that?
Oh, I don't like to lose. And we're gonna beat up that woman beater. You guys like that?
Because in the past, a couple of fights involving Daniel Dubois have been a bit controversial. The Usyk fight and the low blow Now, I don't think it's deliberate. I just think it's a case of Daniel occasionally loses concentration, but he can't afford to do that in this fight. So let's have a look at a couple of examples of him losing concentration. So against Gerald Miller, look at that for a shot there. That's a low shot, and there's another one coming up. There again.
He nearly gets him on the kneecap.
Like I say, Fletch, it's a lapse in concentration, and you're just throwing a low shot.
Are you absolutely convinced?
Yes, I don't think it's a deliberate shot.
The first one was so low.
Fletch, from my own experience.
Schmetterlinge flatterten durch meine Seele, Kinder und Sterne küssen und verlieren sich, greifen leise meine Hand und führen mich die Traum. Mich in eine Landschaft.
Wanted that gold medal. I know it's emotional, but you walk away with the silver medal.
You're an idiot. An energetic idiot. Not an idiot. You're an idiot.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
I was taking it all in.
Secondary question.
No Diddy.
What the fuck is this?
Horrible fighter. You are a horrible fighter. Horrible fighter. Horrible fighter. You are a horrible fighter. Horrible fighter. Horrible fighter. You are a horrible fighter. Horrible fighter. Horrible fighter. You are a horrible.
I just came out of a freaking war, you know?
You know, where I come from, the guys with guts, they do it themselves.
Come on, man. What if I just jumped on you and beat the dog shit out of you? Would that make you feel any bigger? I'm God.
Check. All right, people, I interrupted this last musical / video breakdown to show you guys this, to make this example real quick. There was a moment in the, well, not a moment, there was many moments in the Madrimov fight where Bud Crawford was getting hit with some big shots, and his family was literally in the crowd screaming. I have the clip here. I just got to look for it. Give me 1 second. Hopefully I can find it. What's 1 second? I think I'll find it in a minute. I'll get back to you after I find it. All right, so it's this clip right here. I made a joke. I called it Reefer Madness, right? Reefer Madness, a remake. If you guys don't know, Reefer Madness is some like propaganda film about marijuana. I mean, there's some true statements about it, but I made a joke because Shakur Stevenson at the Madrimov fight, the Bud Crawford versus Madrimov fight, was out of his mind. The dude was going in crazy with emotion, and I just think it's funny that people made it like this Bud Crawford it was a walk in the park and he schooled this guy, which he really didn't. But I made this, sorry, I got the hiccups. I made this compilation here, and you actually see Bud Crawford's family screaming and crying because Madrimov, this is how bad this guy was getting beat up. Like Bud Crawford was eating these clean punches to the head. These guys were screaming and crying. What do you think it's going to look like when this guy gets hit by Canelo? His family's going to be out there shitting themselves. Like, that's going to for sure have an effect on Crawford going into this fight. The looks on everyone's face watching him go into this fight. They're going to be very nervous for him. I feel like that's probably going to actually really affect him. But yeah, we're going to see this right now, and you're going to see these people in the crowd literally crying. And then you could even see Shakur, like the looks on his face. You could see the concern. Let's see this. So this right here, you see, he's like, what the fuck? And you see, look at the lady in the back. Look at the look of concern on Shakur's face. Look at the lady in the back. You see, she's screaming in fear for this guy because he's eating these big shots. But yeah, and then I think he lands a punch, Crawford, and then Shakur gets all jumpy again. That's why I put the little joke, right? I thought it was kind of funny. But yeah, once again, people, thanks for coming over here. We're going to continue with the outro for the show. Thanks a lot once again for coming in here.
I'm only gonna try meth once. I'm not gonna be like that guy. Yeah.
You're an idiot. An energetic idiot. You're an idiot.
You're a horrible fighter. You're a horrible fighter. You're a horrible fighter.
I'm working hard. Got a job to do. Huh. Gotta get on up. Get on up. Get on up. Get on up. I'm feeling so good today. Ain't nobody standing in my way.
Beta!
I'll be a price to pay.